All right, what up, guys? We are live. So we have a fun stream for you today. It's going to be extra fun today because I said the word fun
Hey.
3 times. So I think Sartain will probably join us later, but we started without him. So we got Markus Wolf, Austen Summers. You guys already know them. And we got a newcomer, Vegan Gains. We're going to psychoanalyze him for 2 hours, just kind of talk shit, get him to change his ways, stop being a vegan and whatnot. But Vegan Gains has been on my channel before, but it was a while ago. So, Vegan, why don't you introduce yourself one more time?
Yeah, so I go by the name of Vegan Gains on YouTube. Real name Richard. Obviously, I make content on veganism, relating to ethics, health, fitness, but I cover a lot of other topics, pretty much everything: politics, religion, philosophy.
And Sartain is here. Cool. So let's just set the backstory. So what kicked this conversation off was that you went on FitX Fearless's channel, and then I
Yeah.
reacted to your conversation, and then we were talking about like what my critiques of his advice would be and stuff like that. What made you want to go on his channel? I guess that'll be my first question.
So I knew of him from Austen Dunham, and I ended up just checking out his YouTube channel, and I like a lot of the content he posts. Especially when it just comes to general self-improvement stuff. I think he does do a lot of, good work for young men who are really lost in life, and just tells them to, get a job. Very simple. Just start making money, start exercising, start eating right, and, just put them on the right path. I didn't really come onto his channel for any big sort of dating or life advice. I just wanted to kind of chat with him, see what he thought about some things, and just ask some simple stuff like what he thinks I should do for like what he thinks of like what I should do for hair or fashion.
Okay. Interesting. And so, why don't you give a breakdown of what the questions you asked were? Like, you recently had a divorce, right?
Yeah.
Would you mind just sharing
Um,
like what happened and just the whole backstory?
Yeah, so I met my wife, I think about 10 years ago. She knew of me through my YouTube channel. We started talking on Facebook. The relationship developed pretty quickly. We ended up getting married, I think, 3 years into the relationship. It's either 2 or 3 years.
Okay.
The reason is she's from Belgium. I wouldn't have gotten married if she was like a Canadian citizen. So just so it didn't stay a long distance thing and we can live together, we ended up just getting married. But, over time, the relationship broke down for various reasons. I'm not going to say I'm perfect. She definitely wasn't perfect. Kind of just ended up drifting apart, and it got really bad, I'd say, in about the last year. She's the one who initiated the breakup, but I was probably going to break up with her probably 2-3 months later if things didn't improve. And yeah, we split. It was a amicable breakup. We don't hate each other or anything. She moved out recently, a couple months ago, and that's that.
Okay. What were some of the, if you don't mind sharing, what were some of the big issues you guys had that you think caused the breakup?
Well, early on in the relationship, my depression and anger issues were definitely a big thing that were causing problems. I actually spent a lot of time trying to fix my anger issues, and I put a lot of effort into it, and I actually did fix my anger problems fairly early on in the relationship. The depression was kind of a consistent thing. It'd kind of come and go. I've had suicidal depression since I was since forever. I nearly committed suicide when I was about 6 years old.
Oh shit.
So, being a downer a lot of the time definitely was a problem. And she did motivate me to go on medication eventually because it just kept getting worse. So that was definitely a big thing. In terms of issues with her, um, she is not a very cheery person who's like into trying new things or exercising or going out much. And I think she's a little immature too. And she just kind of wants things her way. She never kind of wants to go out of her comfort zone. And that was causing a lot of friction. So it was kind of going back and forth between me being a downer for a while with the depression, and then when I got better with like medication or something, or maybe I'd just have a few good months and I was, trying to go outside, go on dates more. She was kind of like, I don't want to go outside. I just want to stay indoors. And then anytime, I had any interests. So like, I'm really into working out. She never wanted to work out with me. I try to get her to like ride motorcycles with me. She kind of would not really want to do that. And, things just weren't meshing together perfectly.
Marcus, the beeping thing was on your end. I just muted you and muted you to find out. Okay, gotcha. So, like for example, I'm just kind of want to get a better idea. So when me and my girlfriend, we had a discussion, I think a year ago, that like we were kind of not in a rut, but we were kind of doing the same thing over again. And she was like, "Yeah, I want to do like this type of thing. Go out and do like whatever, go to bars more." And I was like, "Well, I don't really like to drink, but we could do this." And we were like, "Okay." So we kind of like met in the middle, figured out a way for both of us to be happy, and kind of execute on that plan. Did you guys not have like interact conversations like that?
No, we definitely did. One huge issue that she had consistently is she'd kind of stonewall me. Like, again, I think some of it has to do with just immaturity, where if I'd ever bring up a problem or an issue with her, she just wouldn't accept that, she's being the problem. Or like
how
I
would
just
you bring it
couldn't
up?
force her out. Yeah, or I just couldn't force her out of her comfort zone.
Did
And
she have a
then
victim mindset?
sort of
Uh,
so medical doctor did say she has symptoms of PTSD. She had a rough childhood. So she's kind of very defensive and would kind of break down pretty easily. So if you ever try to push her too hard, she like starts crying, clams up, doesn't want to talk, stuff like that.
let's say she like fucked up, like she made some kind of mistake. Would she take accountability for it, or would she like offload the blame?
It would be 50-50.
50-50, yeah. Yeah, that's in my opinion, like my advice is never date a girl who has any form of victim mindset. Sounds like yours had a partial victim mindset, but yeah, they'll like never take accountability and they'll get very defensive. Like I can say like what I respect about my girlfriend is, for example, she also had a very rough childhood. Her dad was assassinated when she was like 10 years old, and they had to flee to America. But she's never become a victim. Like she always like and she easily could have. She had also like some issues in her childhood. So part of that, would you agree, was just an issue with screening? Like maybe if you knew what you know now, you would have just not dated her seriously in the first place.
Well, the way I look at it is I think she was the relationship I needed. She was the one who really pushed me to getting professional help for my depression. And there's a very high likelihood that without her, I might have committed suicide. My
No,
depression was really bad. She did do a lot to support me through my depressive episodes. So it's not like I look back at things like, man, I wish I had the knowledge I knew now. I never would have dated her. Given what I was going through at the time, it's the relationship I needed and it's run its course. And now I just know better. I've developed a lot. I've actually gotten rid of my depression, and it's permanent.
how did you do that?
Through psychedelic drugs. I took psilocybin mushrooms, and I've actually taken psilocybin mushrooms for quite a few years. Had to have done them, I'd say probably 15, 20 times total. And the last two trips I had, it fixed my depression. I
Really?
learned something during those trips. It wasn't just the trip itself, where I just felt better afterwards inexplicably. I learned something from the trips that completely fixed my
If you
depression.
don't mind me asking, what did you learn?
So I completely internalized nihilism. I learned that there is literally no point, no meaning to life. Life is literally just a joke that's played on us all. And I just learned about the human condition, that, you know, we can very easily catastrophize, miserate on things, but there's nothing external to us that actually determines how we feel. Anger, happiness, sadness, it all comes from within. And I learned there's always a positive perspective that you can have, and all of that happiness that you want to feel, it completely comes from within. And you're the one under your own power who decides how you feel about anything. You could be under really horrible circumstances and feel great, and you can be in great circumstances and feel terrible.
That's true.
So, yeah,
Okay.
that's fundamentally what I learned from the trip.
Well, I'm glad it helped you, bro. Austen, you had a question?
I did not have a question.
Okay. I guess I was gonna say here's a question from the audience. Alex, ask how his sex life was with his wife.
It was never great. So she's very vanilla, and I'm pretty freaky. I like doing butt stuff. She would be a good sport, though. You know. So, you know, I'm not going to go into too many details, but
If you stop being depressed, I'll let you fuck me in the ass.
Yeah, we'd work things out and come to a happy compromise.
Okay, so sex was never part of the issue.
Yeah, it was never a huge deal.
Okay, I see.
It was,
There's one thing I want to bring up that I think it would help the audience. And this is what I asked earlier was how would you bring up things in conversation? Because you're very right that some people can become she sounds like she was a little bit avoidant. She would want to completely stonewall you, avoid the conversations altogether, as opposed to dealing with the uncomfortability of it. And that eventually creates resentment, and it creates, you know, the relationship kind of spirals down. But one of the things that I've learned over the years is this technique. This is a weird acronym, but R stands for reaffirm. So basically you start from a place where you're reaffirming the reason why you're in the relationship. So, you know, I love you. You're awesome. I want to be with you. And then O is observation. But I noticed when you did this or whatever, just like objective fact, this is something you did. This is how it made me feel. And what I want out of a relationship is someone who does X, Y, and Z. So would you be, and then R is request, would you be willing to do that for me? And it's an interesting way to bring it up. Basically, it's like a very empathetic way to bring things up where the other person's not getting triggered, and where you can express your wants and needs in a relationship in a way where they understand it, and you're asking for, like, you know, one specific thing. And yeah, I think that's something we could all do better.
Yeah, I've definitely learned that women and men think a lot differently than I originally thought. The difference between men and women is a lot different than I originally thought. And women really don't like it when you in any way invalidate their feelings by pointing out facts. They don't really deal with, okay, you said this makes no sense because of X, Y reasons. And, you know, this is a problem because of this. And you need to, you really can't talk that way. I definitely got better with kind of understanding the way she kind of deals with some of these things later on. But, you know, by then it's, you know, sort of too late.
Yeah, I think I've personally learned a lot of like relationship skills. Even when I was good at game, I think there was a lot of relationship skills I was lacking. I kind of learned those in the last 5 years of my life. You are right. One of the differences between women and men, there's exceptions, but men are generally more solution oriented versus women more want to talk about the problem. They need to talk about the problem at least a little bit before they're ready for the solution. So like this is something that'll happen in my relationship where my girlfriend will have something at work and she'll start telling me about the problem, and I'm like, I already have the solution in my head because it's like super easy. So I'm like, okay, well, why don't you do this? She's like, hey, hang on, you're not listening to the problem. I noticed that there's just like, yeah, and there's different degrees of this. And some men also, there's a lot of men who also want to talk about the problem, but generally speaking, that's a difference. Another thing I realized is just the importance of transparency and honesty. One thing I used to do is like, I consider myself a very honest person. I don't lie, or at least I don't lie about like substantial things. Like if I'm, for example, like let's say I'm like 10 minutes late to a date and I had diarrhea, I'm probably not going to say that. But what I had a habit of doing is sometimes lying by omission. So I would leave things out. And I realized later on in the relationship how that can be a problem. And just like how with honesty and transparency, you can basically largely have your way. Like you can get like a lot of the things you want. And it's not so much like when it comes to like you having sex with another girl while in a relationship, it's not the act of you having sex with another girl. It's the dishonesty. It's the, deceit aspect that pisses girls off. And that with a lot of girls, if you're just honest, transparent from the start, they might actually be okay with you sleeping with other girls, or at the very least having threesomes and stuff like that. So that's another big lesson I learned. I learned also the importance of communication and not letting things build up. I think a lot of people are conflict avoidant. Sounds so that was the case with your wife, maybe a little bit, your ex-wife. But you can't while it may seem like a short term, it's like it seems easier to just like kind of let things go. But
yeah,
it builds up.
We were kind of opposites in that way, where she's very conflict avoidant. I'm very much not conflict avoidant.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of grew up in a household where if anybody had a problem, like they'd start yelling, fighting immediately. But, at the same time, everybody would just kind of get over it right away. Like they just had to kind of get it out and then, go back to normal. So yeah, there's this just weird personality things where we didn't really quite jive perfectly well.
Do you feel like?
Go
ahead.
We were literally starting to ask probably the same question. You good?
I was gonna say, do you feel like you have full mastery of your emotions, or no?
Yeah, now I do.
Okay, so
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
something pisses you off, you have the ability to just not act on it at all, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How did you get there? What was the thing that helped you get?
Well, again, it's the realization that anger comes from within. It's kind of like, especially on that last mushroom trip that I had, I really figured it out. I visualized this big body of water where there's these raindrops falling down, and all the raindrops, once they hit the water, they created ripples, and all these ripples started hitting each other. And when the ripples hit each other, it created more and more turbulence. But then I saw a rock in the water that was, poking up outside the water, and the ripples would just hit the rock and bounce right off, and it wouldn't affect the rock. And you can have the same kind of mindset where all of these little things that happen, people yelling at you, saying something stupid or something that's, kind of annoying, you can just be like a rock and all of this can just bounce off of you. There's no reason for you to react in a way where you're kind of weak and flimsy, and very manipulative or manipulatable, kind of like a body of water. So yeah, every situation I'm in, I can just choose how I feel about it and just remember none of it matters. We're all going to die. This is all a joke and doesn't have to affect me in any way.
Yeah, I think pondering your mortality definitely strips the non-important things away.
Well, nothing's important. Nothing at all.
I think that your mind still will create meaning.
Sorry?
Even if you accept nihilism, your mind will still create meaning in the things that you're doing. And I think ultimately, I mean, nihilism is one way. Maybe that works for you, but I think most people want an overarching sense of purpose in their life and a reason for being.
Yeah.
Even if it's just literally an emergent phenomenon coming out of your brain.
Yeah, I mean, we all have our own set of desires, right? Like, I want to live a good life. Not that it matters, but matters to me personally. So I'll act in accordance with those goals.
Yeah.
All right. So to me, it sounds like how long were you in this relationship for?
Marcus, turn the gain down on your mic. It sounds like you're plugged into like a distortion pedal.
All right. How's that?
Yeah.
A little quiet.
All right. So how long were you together with your wife?
I think it was close to 10 years. It's either 9 or 10 years, and then 7 years married.
Okay, damn. So a long time. And so it sounds like you guys were the best partners. You've now dealt with your depression. And now you're at a point where you're like, yeah, this is probably not the partner I'd pick now. But back then I was much less of a person and it made sense.
Yeah.
Moving forward, have you thought about what your life is going to look like in terms of dating? Are you here to like find out and ask us any questions? Have you got it all sorted out? I guess like I'm curious.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go with this. That was going to be actually my next redirect. But yeah.
I'm curious like what you learned from that relationship and what you're going to take forward in terms of lessons and how you're going to date moving forward.
I've definitely learned to communicate with people better and kind of understand that people are the way they are. You sort of have to meet people on their level. It's not just a matter of, stating facts, figures. They're going to understand the world in a fundamentally different way than you do. And it's important that you understand the way they think in order to properly communicate. I've also learned that we can go into this. I've learned that there's a thing that I like to call female psychosis, where women kind of think sort of like a dog in the way that if you've ever played fetch with a dog, they don't want to give you the ball.
All right, we got Myron Gaines in the house.
Yeah. Well, a dog doesn't want you to give the ball back, but it wants you to throw the ball. So the dog literally thinks no take, just throw. And women are kind of a lot the same way, where they want things that kind of contradict each other, and you can only do so. Like
give an example.
You try to. Sorry.
Give an example of like some things that women want that contradict each other.
Yeah, sure. So women fundamentally want you to be like a masculine man who kind of lays the law, gives the orders, does what you want, does what you want to do, doesn't capitulate. But, they'll also say, oh man, I wish I had a guy who'd listen to my feelings and, not just go out and spend time with his friends and would just listen to me, and I could tell him like, hey, I need you to stay home tonight because I'm lonely. Well, when they have that, they kind of get upset that you're not doing what you want to do. And so it's kind of like,
I can quickly address that one.
Huh?
I can quickly address that one.
Yeah, sure.
The truth is somewhere in the middle. So what women want is a guy who has strong boundaries, who's not going to take shit from anyone, and a guy who has his own goals, his own ambitions, his own purpose. Most women, unless it's like in a BDM sense, don't like a guy who orders them around. In fact, they usually cause a lot of issues. So it's not like they want like a fucking dad per se. So there's certain elements that they like, and they do want a guy who's masculine. In terms of like going out and stuff like that, a woman does a woman has multiple needs. She has her sexual needs, she has her emotional needs, she has her intellectual needs, right? And if you're not meeting some of these needs, that's where cheating quite often happens. So sexual needs is obvious, but emotional needs would be that you can actually like meet her where she's at and like actually listen to her talk about her feelings, especially as it relates to the relationship. Like that stuff is not going to come off as wussy. What she doesn't want is for you to just basically give her empty platitudes and be like, oh my God, yeah, you're so right. She wants a guy who has a backbone, right? So for example, she says to you like, hey, I'm feeling that you are you're taking me for granted in the last week, right? And then, she doesn't want a guy who's automatically gonna be like, yeah, you're right, I was taking you for granted. A guy who's like, like, well, I'm sorry you feel that way, but in the last week, my fucking grandma was in the hospital dying, so that has to kind of take priority, right? So that's kind of where the middle is. So I don't see a contradiction there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious, right? Like, because this matters how your wife actually acted. Is this a case where you were just like fucking ignoring her for the week and didn't give a fuck, and then she's like, "Hey, I want some time"? Or was it a case where you guys were home together the entire week, and then you went to go out on the Saturday, and then she's like, "Oh, I just want to spend time with you, and I'm all alone, and I've got nothing to do, and blah blah." And then the next question would be like, how do you react to that? Because I think that's super important. But I'm curious what you have to say.
No, so she wasn't working for pretty much the entire duration we were together. I was paying for all our bills, and we're sharing the same household. So she was home all day, and I think that was a problem because her only real hobby basically was just our relationship, and she didn't really have her own set of interests and things to keep her busy. So a lot of it was, when are you going to stop working? When are you going to stop, working out? So like I train a lot, like probably on average, like 2 hours a day, if not more. And then on top of that, I was doing YouTube, and my work schedule was a little crazy back then, especially because I was actually putting out videos and not just streaming. But yeah, like it would just be all day long. Like, when are you going to stop working? When are you going to stop working? Can you take a day off? But then but at the same time, she wanted a certain lifestyle. I'm the only one bringing in money. So on the one hand, she wants me to be fit and in shape, but then complains that I'm working out. And on the one hand, she wants a certain lifestyle with like a car and nice things, but I'm the only one bringing in money. So
yeah, I mean, this is fucked up. I can see why you use the puppy analogy, because you have like a girlfriend that's a puppy at home sitting there all day bored, to go for a walk. Like at this point, I get what you were saying before now, where you're like, she wanted me to listen to her feelings, but this isn't like a typical relationship where it's just the girl having a reasonable expectation or reasonable emotion that you should listen to. This is a situation. She's being ridiculous. She's sitting at her home all day, not having a job, not doing anything, expecting shit from you, and then also like wanting to be entertained. Like at this point, and hopefully this is something we can learn and take into the next relationship, is at this point there needs to be a fucking line drawn in the sand here, where it's, you need to go out and get a job. You need to go out and have your own friends. You need to do your own shit, because I can't sit here and be responsible for your happiness, for your fucking financial situation. While I'm trying to like live my own life, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. If I ever date somebody again with that kind of a relationship, she definitely needs to be able to pull her own weight. Like, she needs her own job, ideally her own friends, and she doesn't just rely on me for kind of company and entertainment.
Yeah, no, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, this is one thing that I've always, Red Pillar said, it always makes me cringe. It's like, oh, I just want a girl who stays at home. Every girl that I've ever dated, and every girl that I will ever date, if it doesn't work out with my current girlfriend, needs to have some type of job. She doesn't have to be making even any money. It could be a charity volunteer thing, but she needs to be doing something, because when a woman is doing nothing, that creates a certain set of issues, kind of like the ones that you experienced. That's like, for example, like my girlfriend has a job, right? Like I have a job. Like, let's say I become a millionaire. Like, I don't mind paying for, like, if we're living together, I don't mind paying for like 80-90% of shit, but she needs to contribute something. She can't just contribute nothing. Just like the only contribution can't be sex. So I think one lesson there is, I would have drawn the boundary a lot earlier and been like, hey, listen, like, there's no pressure for you to get a job right away, but I would like for you to find some kind of a job that you like. You have time, but I want to see you make progress towards that. Like, that's what I would have done in that situation.
Yeah, it's up for you as the man to set the boundaries as like the container for the relationship. Dude, I have an interesting exercise if you want to do it right now, because now all these lessons are kind of fresh in your mind.
Sure, shoot.
Yeah, so it's just girlfriend criteria. So now, learning what you've learned from your last relationship, we could kind of define what you're looking for, so you can kind of have an idea what you're looking for. And then that way, when you find those girls, the way I put it is 70% of your success in a relationship is from selection. Because if you try to make it work, like you said, people there's some capacity for change, but you have to inspire it in some of these people. It's an uphill battle. It's better to just select the girls that already have the qualities that you want,
100%,
and go from there. So, all right, first category in this would be age.
I think the youngest would probably be like maybe 22 to 24, and then oldest maybe 36,
How old
about
are you?
3 years older than me.
You're 33. Okay.
And then the physical criteria.
Strong and in shape. So, not obese, obviously. I'm fine with some curvier girls. So they don't have to be like super lean, ripped abs or anything, but just physically strong and into weight training or, some sort of sport that requires like strength and power.
I like to keep it simple too. Double D tits, big juicy ass. That's all I care about. Yeah.
I love big noses, dude. Big noses turn me the fuck on.
Oh, dude, there's you got to go for the Jewish girl then.
Yeah. Israeli
Spanish,
women
they call
are
that nari
hot
zona.
as shit.
But yeah, and then sexual. I don't know if you want to share here, but it'd be something to write down.
Butt stuff. Yep.
Yeah,
butt stuff.
Gotta be, kind of into some butt stuff. Some ass licking, maybe poking around there a little bit. Doesn't have to be like full on anal, but at least some poking around there.
But you're doing the poking around, right?
Do you like him with a big or little?
I'm doing the poking around.
Okay. I just want to clarify that for the chat.
All right, now we got personality traits and values. Because one of the things that you said in the previous thing was her values were just there was such a value discrepancy. You're like, I want to go out and do stuff and explore and adventure, and she's like, I want to sit at home. I don't want to exercise. I want things my way. And she kind of like, it seems like one of her biggest values was just certainty and like just comfort zone and comfort and like just kind of staying the same. Whereas you're more about growth and, experiences and variety. So what are some of the personality traits and values of this ideal woman?
Yeah, I think a more uplifted sort of mood. My wife was kind of consistently in a low mood sort of state. So somebody who's just a little more energetic, a little more kind of happy and peppy, sort of positive spin on or outlook on the world. Also somebody who's just interested in improving, in their interests. So if they're really into physical fitness, just somebody who wants to get, bigger, stronger, faster. If somebody's into, I really like motorcycles. So if I met a chick who's into bikes, somebody who likes riding, wants to improve their riding skills. Somebody who kind of likes adventure, going out, trying new things. So I'd love to do, motorcycle touring. And it'd be cool to do that with a romantic partner. And as far as other hobbies, it'd be dope if they were into like anime. That'd be cool. Guns, love me some firearms. So,
and you kind of hinted on it, like
as a quick side note,
there's a lot of there's a lot of criteria. Like if we could just design our ideal woman, the list would be like 100 things long. So once we're done with this, basically just go back and like say what are the must-haves and what are the things that I could train a girl to do, get her interested, inspire her, or
Sorry to interrupt. I think we're missing one thing though, right? If you had your perfect girl, okay, she gets home, she's like, vegan gains, I love butt stuff, okay, let's play some anime, let's do some butt stuff, it's amazing. But then she's like, after this,
in my ass.
But once we're done, all right, I get pretty hungry, we're going to eat some baby pigs, all right? I need some meat.
Vegan.
What happens then? They have to, it's like,
gotta be vegan.
Even if she's
yeah,
like,
so the last criteria is deal breakers.
What if she was a
not
perfect
vegan,
then, had all your same hobbies, like literally perfect in every way, but she's paleo, for example?
Yeah, what about vegetarian? What if she just has like some milk every now and again?
Nah, gotta be vegan.
Damn.
Good luck.
I mean, there's a good amount of vegan girls out there.
Yeah, they're out there.
My 2 exes ago, she was vegan.
Do you think you could convert a girl? Like, say she was perfect, she's a meat eater. You meet her, and then she's like, "Sorry, I lied." Okay.
I think you could. Some girls.
Women are pretty easy to convince to go vegan. Dudes are a lot harder, but women are fairly easy.
You just gotta show them a few vegan documentaries, and they like
yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Show her
So,
that. Show
yeah,
them that
now
video
the
of the
question
KFC,
is-
of the KFC plant. That one just biggest piece of vegan motivation. Yeah.
And then the follow-up question for this is once you've detailed what you want, you should ask yourself, what does that type of woman want in a man? Because one of the things you said was someone who's super positive. I don't know if you just broke up with this girl or you fully like healed from it or whatever, but you're saying you want to attract someone super positive. And I will just say, I'm not saying this in a way to be mean to you. Your energy is a bit low and it's a bit, kind of, sad. That's the general vibe I get. So you should ask yourself if that is a very big priority for you, how can you reverse engineer and become the kind of guy that naturally and effortlessly attracts a girl that meets those criteria? Like a lot of the things, obviously you're like high status in the vegan community. So you're going to get vegan's easy to get. And you can also convert a girl. So that one's pretty easy to get. But yeah, for the other criteria, just that's what I think is if I want a girl like that, who should I become to attract that girl? Or how can I build my life in such a way where it's so attractive that a girl like that will just naturally want to join?
Well, I know a lot of people. I've had friends that I've known for years who kind of get weirded out. Like I'll hang out with them and they're like, "Are you good?" And I'm like, "Yeah, having a great time." I'm not super emotive and expressive, but I do have a good sense of humor and everything. I'm fun. Anybody who's hung out with me and done some shit, I'm a fun guy.
You seem very chill, but like too chill. Like that's just, and I'm also not like trying. I'm just giving my honest assessment. You seem like you're, like the biggest thing I get is like he's bored. He doesn't give a shit. Like he's in his own universe right now.
I was thinking more numb. It sounds like because the nihilist perspective you have is like it's like nothing really matters. So, but I think there's this one quote I'm not gonna fuck it up, but it's like if you block yourself away from like I'm gonna fuck this quote. I wish I had this quote. Maybe I have it in my Notion, but it's basically like when you cut yourself off to the negative emotions, you also cut yourself off to the positive emotions by kind of numbing yourself. Whereas like the best life is one where you can actually feel all the emotions. And I think as men, we often, people tell us to like repress our emotions, which if you know about psychology, when you repress emotions, they actually get more severe and they actually can result in some they can, come out unexpectedly.
Yeah, there's a big difference between repressing emotions and controlling your emotions. I have emotional control, and when I want to get angry and amped up, I'll do it because that can feel good. That kind of adrenaline rush and that kind of power you feel. And like my cat died I think like 4 or 5 months ago, something like that. Like I cried. I literally viewed him as a son. So it's not that I completely repress these emotions. I'll let them come up and I'll feel them and express them when I want. But I don't just let like any emotional feeling just overtake me and just express it like crazy.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm exactly the same way. But I think like people always comment like, dude, how the fuck do you have the patience for this or that? One issue I could see you running into, like you're cold approaching a girl, whatever, at the gym or wherever at the vegan fair, and that like I don't think you're gonna come off as nervous. You seem like too chill for that. But you're gonna come like the girl's just your energy is like so low that the girl's just gonna potentially get bored or just think like this guy's not even interested in me. I don't even know why he's talking. He might not be interested. Like you don't have like your voice is very monotone.
Chill comes across as a little bit low status.
Like your voice is very monotone
because it's not even necessary that you're exhibiting a low status behavior. It's just that's how it's interpreted.
Yeah, it's like I think the joke is I sound like Tina from Bob's Burgers. I don't know if you've seen that cartoon show, but
yeah, bro, you just need to start raging out and yelling at girls. You'll probably get more traction that way. To be fair, like I think if you just pretend they're like a meat eater or something sometimes, and you have like some energy behind. I'm half trolling, but I'm being serious here. It's like because I agree with everyone here. It's just going to sound boring, right? That you have the advantage here of being almost like very stoic. You could say it sounds very relaxed or like non-nervous, but it's good to have. But if you just sound boring to girls, like, dude, you're going to have to have other great traits.
You can still be intense.
Yeah,
you can have full emotional control.
Be stoic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's called being in the U.S. military. You can still be intense and focused and still be stoic. You don't have to be, Pauly Shore and Encino Man. You don't have to be, I'm saying Keanu Reeves. You can actually be focused, and you can be intense and still be stoic.
Like, I think
that's probably the best way to be stoic.
One manifestations of it is just your voice tonality. And like, if you notice, like when Austen talks, Markus talk, or I talk, like our voice can fluctuate based on how excited we are, or we can slow down, or whatever. Yours is very like monotone. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to say this as I'm taking a shot at you.
Yeah.
I'll give you my honest observations.
No, I'm good.
Your voice is like very monotone. There's no ups, there's no downs, there's no enthusiasm. So that's like, I think, something that I think you would benefit from working on.
Okay. I don't know if I can really change that. It's
you definitely can.
Just the way I sound.
You definitely can. I mean, it's definitely something you can change. That's what acting class or improv class is specifically for that reason. And even Jordan Belfort in Way of the Wolf in chapter 7, he goes over the concept of the different tonalities that he uses during the sales process. These are definitely things you can teach yourself. My question is, have you had your blood work done?
Yeah.
And
yeah,
what is
I have
it
it done every year or two.
Okay, awesome. Do you know the free testosterone, estrogen levels, estradiol levels, anything like that? Have you taken a look at that?
I've never actually gotten my testosterone checked. I was actually going to do that soon. Primarily just to see. I was thinking of going on steroids, not to get rid of any kind of symptoms, but just for performance enhancement, just to make more gains.
You should definitely check. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think you need, in addition, your testosterone levels for sure you should check. But in addition, you really need to check your estrogen levels. It's something that a lot of urologists don't check, but you should maybe go to a performance clinic and they'll check it, and it will get an outrageously high. And doctors don't think that's weird for a man to have 200 nanograms per deciliter for a man in estrogen, and that's an outrageously high number. And it causes things like anger, it causes things like overreaction. It causes kind of situation like that, and then it also curtails risk taking. You'll notice pregnant women take fewer risks. It's because their estradiol levels are super high, and so that's what ends up happening. This is what happens a lot to men when they perhaps have a lot of testosterone and it gets aromatized into estrogen, or they're consuming foods. If you ever read Estrogeneration, there's a lot of foods, most of them, plants that actually have estrogens in them because of the water supply. And so that can cause people to have high estrogen levels.
Well, phytoestrogens from soy, they bind to the same receptor site, but they actually have way less potency.
Yeah, definitely not talking about that.
Let's not get into a...
definitely not talking about
phyto. This away from...
Let me build on that. What
you're
Michael
just talking
said.
about chemicals in the water supply, basically.
Yeah, it's correct. Yeah.
What
I understand
Michael,
what you're talking about, but that's not what I'm talking about here. I'm not talking about the phytoestrogens in soy.
I don't have any clear symptoms of testosterone deficiency or anything.
Sometimes you may just not know. It could be solid, but here's what you need to do. In addition to estradiol or estrogen, what Michael said, total testosterone, free testosterone, thyroid, and for thyroid you need to do TSH, free T4, free T3, very important, and IGF-1.
My thyroid was normal when I got it tested 2 years ago.
Did you do free T3 too? Because sometimes
no.
they don't check. Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna make it for the audience.
I got a full
this
thyroid
tested,
panel.
For the audience listening, if you want to get this stuff tested, go to any lab test now, and they have locations all across the U.S. That's the name of the place. Any lab test now, you can get any test. You can get the estrogen test. You get the full male hormone panel. You can get 300 tests just for the people listening.
Also, another thing I would do if I was in your shoes, I actually do this myself once every 2 years, is do a full vitamin mineral panel. It's not going to be
Yeah,
too
that's what I do.
Oh, you
I've
do?
never been deficient in anything,
What company
even
do you
after
use?
15 years of veganism. Last blood test I had, everything was normal. The only thing that was kind of off was iron. It was just at the low end of normal. That's it.
What
I'm
company do you use for the vitamin panel?
It's not through any kind of company. I live in Canada, so it's just through OHIP, which is the Ontario free healthcare.
Okay. Do they test for like literally every like vitamin B12, vitamin B6,
Yep.
vitamin? They test. Okay.
Yeah, my B12 was actually quite high. I think the reference range was between like 800 to 1200. I was at 14.
That's actually a good thing.
1400.
You want to be on the higher side. Yeah, mine is around 1,000.
But I'm strong. I benched 410 pounds recently. So I'd be surprised if I had a really low test because I probably wouldn't have kind of the motivation to train, and I'd notice.
Well, you might not have
problems.
You might not have super low tests, but you might have below average.
Yeah.
Test.
Yeah.
It's a whole range. But
is there a
anyway,
reason you've never tested before? Like, I'm surprised to hear that actually.
There just wasn't really any need. It's not a typical sort of blood panel that's done. So unless you're symptomatic, they're not really going to test for it. But again, I'm kind of curious about maybe going on steroids just for performance enhancement. And I just wanted to get a test done, see where I'm at. Like, I don't know if I'm going to do it. I just uploaded a photo to Instagram and I'm looking pretty goddamn yoked. So.
Alex, can you
TRT
present
and
this?
Nandrolone. I think it works pretty well. Yeah, what's up?
Can you present the link that I
Nandrolone.
sent? I can't share my screen for.
Why not Nandrolone?
Well, it's terrible for you.
No, it's like the
Nandrolones
quickest
are
one.
super, super harsh steroids. I'd only take testosterone. So for one thing, nandrolones aren't actually prescribed. They're not pharmaceutical grade.
I got a prescription for one. Yeah.
For nandrolone?
Yeah.
Nandrolone
All right.
decanate?
Yeah, Deca. Yeah, Nandrolone. Yeah.
Yo, let's bring
It's
this
you-
back to
really?
dating
Okay, sure. Yeah,
for
whatever.
the audience.
Yeah,
We can talk offline
So-
about that.
So
yeah,
one
Sure.
thing I wanted to say is now that you have defined kind of what you want. Yeah, can you pull this up? This is actually kind of
no, because it's not linkable. Can you put it in the back chat or WhatsApp or whatever private
Yeah,
chat?
I just put it in the private chat.
Okay.
But one thing I was going to say is now that you have this idea of like what you want, every criterion that you add decreases the number of girls out there that are part of that or that. This is just some guy put this in the chat. He said,
oh my god, are we doing the fucking gay frog?
they're turning the freaking frogs gay. This is why everyone should get a reverse osmosis water filter.
Well,
So the
atrazine.
atrazine is the second most common herbicide in the U.S.
Yeah, it doesn't have much biological effect in human beings, though. It affects frogs in particular because they're much more prone to absorbing it.
Yeah, this type of frog in particular is extremely hormone sensitive. But anyway,
Let's go.
Yeah, so I was going to say, now that you have an idea of what you want, that every criterion you add decreases the percentage of girls that meet that standard. So now you have to think about what system do you want to get a large enough volume of girls that you'll eventually find that one. So I have two things to say on this. One is just find the thing that you like the most. Like, I'm pretty sure Marcus likes what's called Night Game the most. Michael likes doing social circle, Instagram stuff the most. Alex likes dating apps the most. I'm more of like day game, I guess. But find the system that you like that can give you sufficient volume so that way you can find a girl that you like. And the way that the best way I've ever heard this is it's a mathematical principle called the optimal stopping math. It's the rule of 37%. So like, let's say, the volume you get is 100. You only need to date 37 girls. And then after that 37th girl, you just find the next girl after that you like as much as the best of those 37. So you date 37 girls. The one you like the most, you say, okay, that's my benchmark. The one that you like after that is the best, you basically just say, okay, this is my girl. I'm settling down with this girl. You're going to get into a long-term relationship with her. And now not everyone has the volume to date 100 girls. If you guys want that volume, obviously 4 of us here teach that. But even if you had a smaller volume, let's say you dated, 30 girls. Then you basically just say, okay, after the 10th or 11th girl, whichever girl I like more than this is the girl that I'm going to settle down with. And I think it's a really good way to think about this is like, it saves you a lot of time. You don't have to date the 100 or 200 or 400 or whatever girls. You can just date, 20 girls and say, all right, the one that I like more out of this 20 or this 10 or whatever is the one I'm going to go for. And yeah, I think for most guys, probably 10 is a good benchmark. Go on, actually explore the personality, go on dates with a girl. And then after your 10th girl, say, okay, the one I like the most is number 5. I'm going to find a girl that I like better than her. And if I find that girl, then I'm going to basically settle down with her.
Well, let's ask him the question of like what his plan is for meeting girls.
Yeah. So what is your strategy?
Oh, just meeting people randomly. If I see a chick with a big nose, ideally with tattoos, looks like they're in shape, I'll just go.
Dude, maybe there's a big nose convention by you. Hit the jackpot.
Yeah.
Well, I know some big
APAC. Go to APAC.
Yeah, go to APAC. I was literally saying.
Protest, but they're not the kind of women there, right? I'm into.
Yeah, I can say this shit because I'm half Jewish. So okay, but I feel like that's that strategy is you're selling yourself short with that. We're just like kind of like the hopefully it happens, or if it doesn't, it's not meant to be type of thing. Like, why not put some deliberation into it? Like, why not try dating apps? Like, you're in pretty good shape. You should be able to do okay on dating apps. Why not like deliberately go out to places where there's girls, like happy hour? Like, why make it random?
I'm really not into the bar scene. Don't drink at all. Hate bars.
Okay, going to like events that are like vegan events.
Well, yeah. I go to vegan events. Yeah, I do talk to a lot of people on Instagram too. Okay. I haven't met any chick on Instagram who's like in my area.
Why not dating apps?
Okay, wait. Let's break that down. So this is the easiest strategy ever. Just Instagram allows you to send 20 outbound messages a day with like no issues. So go on Google Maps. Like, are you in Toronto?
No, Ottawa now. I moved.
Ottawa. So basically find places that are close to you in your neighborhood. You can literally just use ChatGPT and say, send me the Instagram accounts of the, hair salons, nightclubs, vegan events, whatever, any like thing that you like near you in that neighborhood that you live in Ottawa. And then it'll give you all the Instagram accounts. Go find the followers and send 20 messages. The first time you do it, it'll take about 20, 30 minutes. And yeah, you can literally outsource this as well. So you could give access to your account to someone who wants to fire out messages. And you get basically 600 a month, which is like what, 7,200 a year of outbound messages. So that's one lead source. The other thing I wanted to interject earlier was I haven't had a drink in 8 years. I've still been going to nightclubs for 8 years, basically. The way I think about the way I would view nightlife for you would be as the gym for your personality. So if you want to work on being more expressive, more positive, more like, a little bit more crazy, those are all parts of your personality that can come out, and you can develop them when you're out at night. And like, there's essentially zero consequences. Like, you just go out, you can say whatever the fuck you want. And it's pretty fun. And it can develop that part of your personality that will allow women, even outside of nightlife, to become more just naturally turned on by you because you're giving them that range of emotions.
All right.
Can I just like, the real question is, what are you actually going to do? It sounds like you're never going to go out to a club. If you do, it sounds like you're probably not going to change your vocal tonality. Like, if I'm wrong and you want to do all these things and make the change, that'd be great. Otherwise, you're a good looking dude with a following. Like, you're better off just sticking to like Instagram, online dating apps, setting up some events and shit. You're not going to have to change too much. You can niche out to like the vegan shit. So, you can scream for the girls you want. Like, unless you're willing to actually, and you just have to be honest with yourself, like, unless you're actually willing to put a lot of effort in there or like change some things, and I just stick to that. There's probably no point, honestly, going out if you're just going to.
Yeah.
I'd
probably just connect with people on Instagram or use a dating app or just meet chicks at like vegan events or, if I'm just out mountain biking or rollerblading or something and I see a big nose chick with tattoos, probably just go up and talk to her, see what's up.
Dude, I was just thinking of a scenario. There's a girl with a giant nose who's your ideal type, but she gets a nose job and then she meets you.
Yeah,
like
dude, I hate that.
Imagine.
Hey, babe, I got a nose job just for you. No.
I'd talk her out of it.
My question is, what dating apps are you using right now, if any?
None. Haven't started looking for any girls yet.
Why not? Like, I feel like you do pretty decently on dating apps.
Yeah. I've just loved being alone right now. I'm just focusing on my gym lifts and my cat, just petting him, cuddling him with him all day.
Yeah, but you can't.
And it's great. But
when did you separate with your? Was it your wife?
Yeah, it was back in November, I think, when we officially decided to separate, and she moved out in January.
That's pretty recent.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's up to you, man. We can't force you to desire.
Like, I'm not in any rush, right? So I'm probably gonna start, talking to girls and stuff by summer.
Bro, you're only getting older, okay?
I'm not getting older. I'm getting better, man.
Okay.
I mean, it sounds like you don't even want to. Correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like you don't even want to meet girls. Like, it sounds like you're just happy chilling at home with your cat and like doing videos and shit.
I'm just enjoying being alone right now. Like, again, when I met my wife, I was actually living with my parents at the time, so I was pretty young. I was like 23, and I went from living at my parents' place to moving in with her, and then we got an apartment together and everything. And then we spent the last like 10 years together, and I've just like never been alone living on my own. So I'm just kind of enjoying the experience of being completely alone, aside from my cat, and I got 2 rabbits too. But
bro, we just need to get you 10 cats. Yeah, just cat going their own way.
I mean, that is a different form of pussy. I mean, you do know there's like a middle ground. Like, you don't have to, like, the next girl you hook up with, she doesn't have to like live with you, whatever. You can just do the casual thing for a while.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know. But I'm just enjoying being completely single right now, and probably by summer, when I'm kind of gonna be in a more outgoing state. Like, winters in Canada, especially in Ottawa, just suck, dude. It's every day just shoveling my driveway for like an hour. It's kind of a pain in the ass going out and meeting anybody.
Dude, once you become part of the U.S., when Trump takes it over, then you could come down to Florida.
I can just move to Florida.
Yeah. When you become the 51st state. Also, this guy brought this up, but I'm curious, why do you wear shirts that are so loose?
So I don't know, it's the way it's been. I can't really tell you. Like, one problem I do have is if I find shirts that do kind of fit my body properly, the arms are way too fucking small. I've got 18-inch arms, so it's a little hard finding shirts that fit my body properly and like fit the contours, but the arms actually fit properly.
Hey, I got two for you, man. Check out ASOS. They used to be called Top Man. They make these stretchy cotton.
How do you spell that?
ASOS. ASOS. It used to be called Top Man. In their it's a British company, and the second one is BYLT. BYLT. Try the extra large black shirts that have the scallop t-shirts that are long.
BYLT.
Yeah. Those are good for dudes who are, have a small waist and big arms.
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, another one similar to that, Cuts clothing. That's what I use. That's what
I'm wearing a Cuts shirt right now. Cuts are great.
I got Alex into the cult.
Yeah. I only get Cuts shirts now. Unless it's like a troll shirt that's about Trump or something.
This stream is brought to you by Cuts Clothing.
Well, they're always doing that fucking 30% off sale. It's like the sale that never ends. You ever get those texts, Austen?
Yeah.
Yeah, just like, we extended the sale. You've been extending it for 5 fucking months. But I will take you up on one of those t-shirts. Okay, let's move things in a slightly different direction.
Wait, can I have a question?
Yeah.
If you're alone at home, are you still busting nuts?
No, not every day anyway.
So how are you getting 3-4 days getting sexual release, Vegan Gains?
Yeah, I whack it to some porn.
Yeah. Do you feel This is a question. Do you feel like you're using porn to self-soothe or to kind of meet unmet emotional needs, or do you feel like you're completely detached from it and you can control those emotions?
No, it's just when I'm horny enough. Like I'm kind of busy all day, so it's mostly just training, streaming, just cleaning up around the house, taking care of cat, rabbits, going out running errands. So by the nighttime, I'm usually like pretty wiped and tired, and I don't just dick around all day. So I'm not just fapping out of boredom or anything. And yeah, every 3-4 days, I just get those sexual urges where it's like, God, I gotta come, and then just whack into some porn. Sometimes I don't even watch porn. I just fap to some big nosed chicks inside my head, and then go to bed.
Big nose vegan chick gets railed.
Do you think you would be happier or more? Would you enjoy life more if you had a big nose chick suck your dick when you're horny versus whacking it to porn?
Depends on who they are.
If they added value.
Yeah, if they added value, then certainly. Yeah, it'd be great to watch like some anime and stuff, work out together.
And she comes over, you bench 400, you watch some anime, and then her big nose just gets right down there.
Her nose is so big that she can't actually swallow your whole dick because the nose is getting
that would be great.
Yeah, it's a fucking monster.
What if the nose is so big she just gives him nose jobs?
Yeah,
that's fine. Yeah, I love wiping my dick across a girl's nose.
Interesting.
I've never heard of this nose fetish before.
Yeah, I've never have either.
It's interesting.
I guess what I want to ask you is, do you feel like you've taken a bit of, like, do you feel like you've become more red pill since your divorce? Because like some of the things you say sound like not a lot, but some red pill-ish, I guess I would say.
I'd say the only big kind of mindset change I've made is just recognizing that the difference between men and women is greater than I originally thought.
Yeah, there's definitely a substantial difference. Like, what are some? I guess let's talk about that a little bit more. What are like some differences that you think are really prominent?
Girls typically have vaginas.
Yeah, usually. Wait, most of them.
That's a thing.
Yeah, so just the way they deal with emotions, they definitely have to have periods of time where they like need somebody to just blab about the way they feel, and they need somebody to validate their feelings. So they're not looking for somebody to give like solutions to their problems. They're looking for somebody to say, oh yeah, I know how you feel. Yeah, that's totally right that you'd feel that way when that happens. They kind of need that. Whereas dudes, I don't know, they'll think about that, like something will make them angry or I don't know, happy or something. And then they'll be like, that's just swell. And then move on with their day. Or if they're pissed off.
I think generally, but there's a lot of guys who just want to talk about their issues. They don't want solutions. I mean, Austen, you can you've seen this in the comments or in the chat. Like a lot of guys, like they don't want solutions. They just want to talk about their issues.
Well, incels for sure.
I would say
the incel community is massive into that.
They're that, but I would say it's not just the incel community. I've seen that. I think like I do agree with you generally. I think men are generally going to be more solution oriented, and women are going to be generally more interested in talking about the problem. But I think a girl who's healthy, she might talk about the problem a bit, but then ultimately she's going to gravitate towards the solution. That's kind of
I agree. I want to be real careful here because I feel like you're basing this off one girl, and you got to be really careful about that, or like one situation, because we discussed before that, okay, if you have a girl around that is sitting there complaining, being like, I just want you to listen to my feelings. I just want you to listen. I just want you to listen. That also can be a problem. I don't want you to think the solution here should have been just, if I listened more, she'd feel happy, because she wouldn't. She just complains more about other shit, right? If I got this situation correct. So you're right. And I agree with Alex. I think everyone wants to be heard, But as a man, you still need to provide that solution. So when a girl comes to you with an issue, it's good to understand what the issue is. Like, you can empathize there, you can ask the question, you can understand it, have her know that you understand it. And then the masculine thing now is now providing the solution, now leading, now doing something about it. So I think what I'm worried about is I don't want you to be in the next relationship thinking, I just have to sit here and listen and just tell her everything's going to be okay and understand how she's feeling. And then all that happens is like another.
I'm definitely not going to do that.
Okay. All good enough.
Yeah. One other weird observation I've made. Every woman I've ever seen does this. They'll try to get you to do little things that they can handle.
Yeah, so true.
My mom came to visit me, and she did the exact same thing as my wife, same thing as my grandmother, same thing as like other girls I've dated. This water bottle's really hard to open. Dude, she works out. She lifts weights. Like, she's pretty strong.
Dude,
and she's still asking me to open up a bottle.
Yeah, the water balls. Yeah. I think it comes down to that. My mom actually doesn't do this. It's only like every girl I've ever known. I think it comes down to, I don't think they do this with like strangers or guys they barely know. I think they do this with like their boyfriends or husbands. I think it's because they want to feel like, I don't know. I think it comes down to they want to feel like they're taken care of. Like they want to feel like that's just like their love language. Like they feel loved when you do like little things for them. I think
acts of service.
I think women try as much as they can to delegate tasks. I think it's something a lot of women try to do. So I don't know. I think they do try to delegate as much as they can.
I think it's going to depend, right? Like, I think if they see you as a strong sort of masculine leader in that relationship, you might get examples of this, like Alex is kind of mentioning, where it comes from like, oh, I'm just helpless and I can't do it. A lot of guys find that attractive, or a lot of guys want to be the leader. So if she can find opportunities for you to do that, but if it turns around like, hey, you should go do the washing and you got to cook dinner first tonight, and you got to, I think that kind of exceeds that idea there. And it might be a situation where this girl feels like she has to be a leader in the relationship. If I'm with a girl and she feels like she has to delegate a bunch of shit, I feel like I'm doing something wrong there. There's obviously a line here, and there's, can you help me with the water bottle? I don't see that as like delegating a task. I think it's her asking for help. But if it turns from like asking for help to telling you what to do, I think that's a big red flag. You need to either question your own behaviors and why she feels like she should or has to be doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can ask, but you can't demand.
I think also, I think in a relationship, it's good to have an honest idea, because a girl should contribute more to your life than sex, right? I think it's good to have an idea of what the strengths and weaknesses of the other person are. Like, I would say for me, my girlfriend's better at like packing and organizing than I am. I'm just horrible at those things. So like when we travel together, I'll just have her like grab the passports or whatever, all the shit that we need. Versus I'm better at like, I don't know, dealing with problems or whatever, like, a bunch of other things. So I think that it is good sometimes in a relationship to delegate, but yeah, when you have a situation where the girl is basically like trying to boss you around, that's a done relationship. I think also just kind of think about this, like, I feel like the red pill just gets so many things wrong about relationships. I guess there's different flavors of the red pill, so I'm not speaking for every single red pillar out there. But like the whole idea of like you're gonna train a girl, right? Like you want to find an 18-year-old girl so you can train her is just the dumbest thing ever. If you want a girl who already largely has, you can train a girl sexually. That is a bit different, but you want to find a girl who already has a strong sense of responsibility and who's transparent and who is caring. Like, if you're trying to train a girl who doesn't have those things, it's almost never going to work out.
People are the way they are.
Yeah, generally speaking, people only change if they really want to change, and then even then, it's not guaranteed. I think another thing that the red pill gets really wrong is the idea of like making boundaries that are just like unreasonable, and like getting to a point where you're basically like her boss, which I think that often blows up because the girl will rebel. And then when she does, it's not going to be just like fucking following someone on IG. It's going to be something 3 steps further. So I think like it is important to have like reasonable boundaries. Like, for example, my relationship, like, her flirting with a guy, or her, anything more than that, flirting or anything more would be like strictly off limits. any kind of lying would be off limits, right? But like, I'm not going to force her to take her Instagram down, or like the whole idea is like she can't leave the house without me unless I'm with her. It just becomes absurd.
Like,
and then
you don't want an indentured servant.
And then I think ironically, what happens is when you just become like her like fucking boss, her like boss master, is that you get pushback. Like she might accept it at first, but later on she builds resentment, and then she's gonna be more likely to cheat because she's like has all this resentment towards you.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know. What vegan? What do you agree and disagree with the red pill on? Give us some more things.
Well, it's really hard to say because I mean the biggest people in the red pill movement are complete whack job idiots. So you've got like Fresh and Fit, where every 20-year-old girl who has an Instagram is getting flown out and fucking like a whole basketball team, and then they say, yeah, make your girlfriend like delete their whole Instagram, just crazy shit like that.
I think they asked
I don't know
what percentage of girls get flown out to Dubai, and they were like 50% or something.
I think 30% they said but it was from a small town in like Iowa or something.
Yeah, like not even Miami or anything, like Iowa or Kansas.
Just like 100 million girls getting flown out to Dubai.
yeah, they're all having sex with camels.
The reality is like less than 1%, but yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to say how much I really agree or disagree. I'd say for the most part, I disagree because like most of it is just unhinged whack job shit. I think Austen Dunham said he's like a red pillar or something. I've seen some of his content. It's kind of some of it's weird.
I wouldn't put him as a red pillar. He's like maybe a very red pillar light. Like Austen Dunham if he's a red pillar, he's probably Michael. Do you consider yourself a red pillar or no?
No, but only in that it's a derivative of evolutionary psychology. But like, yeah, I mean, anything you take to extreme, like for instance, if I'm a political conservative, if I take that to an extreme, then therefore we have no government, we're a theocracy. That's an extreme version of it. But I can still be a conservative and just believe in less government and like more, freedom of expression. I can still be a conservative. I think you can be. I think, Alex, you're just as red pill as most people in the red pill, believe it or not. I know you don't want to believe this. You think that all of them think like Andrew Tate and fucking Myron, but that's not true. Most people from a red pill situation, it's like, hey, this happened. There were some warning signs. I didn't see them before. And now that I can clearly see them, that's it. That's all it means. It just means I am aware of things that I was not aware of before. And these things are based in truth. Now, the prescription to get your girl to get rid of her IG is not a red pill prescription. That's a specific observation that like certain guys, in this case, who happen to be Muslim, believe about that certain situation. But that's not a red pill prescription. Obviously, Rollo Tomasi has never said, make your girl delete her Instagram. He's never said that. He's never said, find a 22-year-old girl and train her. So that's the whole thing. It's very different. Also, like, Andrew Tate says he's not red pill. Like it's just this word has become something people use to just bash people they don't like. It doesn't mean anything anymore.
Some people do. A lot of people self-identify as red pill. I think that, what I like about you is that you actually are serious when you say you follow the research. The vast majority of people who say that are not actually serious. Like they're not actually following the research. And when you present to them research that says something totally different, they'll find a cope to dismiss it.
For sure.
You are an anomaly.
Body counts are bad. Men who have super high body counts are unhappy in marriages. That's not a red pill dogma. A lot of guys in that space don't like when I say that. Women who have super high body counts tend to be unhappy in marriages, but they tend to be more unhappy than men. So that's the other half of that coin, right? I just want to go wherever the research leads.
So here's the top 10 red pill beliefs. Hypergamy is women's natural tendency. There's an alpha and beta dichotomy. The sexual marketplace value, SMV, like you have a marketplace value that certain people have. Female solipsism, which is like women see the world primarily through the lens of their own emotions and experiences.
Again, yes.
Women are emotionally driven, men are logically driven. The wall concept, so women hit a wall around 30. Never rely on female validation. Frame control is essential. Female nature is opportunistic, and marriage and traditional relationships are high risk for men.
Yeah, I agree. In general, I agree with all of those things. Yeah.
I mean, I agree with like 6 or 7, and then the rest I would have some.
I mean, the men are logical, women are emotional. thing is kind of silly
You
because
can,
men and women.
you can talk about that
gravitate-
in a lot of different ways. Like,
Men
Yeah, and I think
women-
like a lot of those things are probably half true for guys as well, like being
There's
opportunistic.
half
Yeah.
truth, yeah.
I think like the issue is that whatever red pill was has evolved, and people are identifying with this like new version of it, which I think all of us probably don't agree with. It's the same idea. Like we could pick something like feminism. I'm sure like when feminism first started, we would look back and think that's probably like a moral thing, right? At least like most parts of it. But now
In the
there's no
1920s, yes.
come out and say, like,
Here we go. I'm going to lose my channel. I do think women should have had the right to vote. I don't have a problem.
yeah,
with
no,
that.
exactly.
In the 1920s, 100%, women's suffrage was probably necessary. I understand that concept. But yeah, what you're talking about is third or fourth wave feminism.
Exactly. Like you wouldn't
all
put
men
yourself
with a penis or a
now.
potential rapist. Yes, that's where the problem lies.
Exactly.
Of course.
Yeah.
So like if someone asked me, am I a feminist now? Like there's no way I'd just say yes, right? There's no way in hell. I'd have to explain.
It's a loaded term, yeah.
So when someone says like, are you red pill or are you a pickup artist or some shit? I'm not just going to sit here and be like, yes, because it's not what it used to mean at all. And there's so many things now that the people that are self-identifying that are saying that I completely like disagree and disapprove of. So yeah, it's just a change definition.
It's so funny how the cultural narrative can shift. Like Mystery was like brought on to do his own show on VH1. And he was like celebrated, and they talk about pickup on like a talk show, and like, oh my god, millions of people are seeing this in their houses. And now it's like if you're a pickup artist, you should be I don't know, thrown in jail or something.
It's pretty funny. So speaking of which, Mystery's coming to Vegas, and I'm helping him with his boot camp, April 24th to the 28th.
Nice,
dude. He replied to one of my stories when I was in Finland pulling all these girls on my immersion. He was like, dude, I know that club. You guys are killing it, living the dream. I was like, oh my god. My journey in game is complete.
you should do a collab with him, Austen.
I would love to.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Even though
all right, let's argue about veganism now. So my first contention is that veganism is morally reprehensible. No, actually, I do have a whole argument about veganism with that.
I'll put you guys in touch. You guys can.
I'd be down.
Okay, sweet.
I think we were talking about the red pill. I agree that there's a lot of like variance in like a certain community. There's a lot of variance in, like, for example, conservatism, right? Like in the Republican community, there's some that are pro-Ukraine, some that are anti-Ukraine, some that are pro-Israel, some that are anti-Israel, some that are pro-Trump, and some that are Mitt Romney conservatives. So I agree there's a lot of variation. I think that I've never seen you do this, Michael, but a lot of people self-identify as red pill. So then I just like take them at their word. I think there's like certain dogmas that are common, while they're not like, there's no way to enforce them, but they're just common in the red pill community. Like alpha fucks, beta bucks would be one of them. It's just like a common belief in the red pill community. Like that's one that I would disagree with after doing research on, David Buss and how he moved away from this. So I don't know.
I think if you look at it from a binary position, of course, I don't agree with it either. But in general, like I've lived in Vegas too long, and there's just too many girls here who like have these beta males pay for their whole life while they fuck me for free. I cannot disagree in general with the concept that alpha fucks and beta bucks is wrong. It's more right than it's wrong. It's not completely right, but it's more right than it is wrong. In general,
but
women tend to find.
I think
how much does that have to do with it being Vegas?
To say it's like the main evolutionary strategy, I don't like. We disagree with that, right? Like we can say it happens.
No, I don't think it's the main evolutionary strategy.
Like some women, especially maybe in Vegas and things like that. But like to say that this is we should start prescribing things based on this being like the main evolutionary like mechanism, then yeah, I mean we now know that.
I think in general, to be more assertive, more aggressive, and more dominant is going to be more attractive to women. If that's your goal to be more attractive to women.
Yeah, it's based on a dual mating hypothesis.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, dual mating hypothesis versus mate switching. And Rollo believes in dual mating strategy, and I don't. Well, I mean, I believe in it like 85-15.
Okay.
I think most women are going to switch mates before they're going to date two guys at the same time. Most women. I've seen plenty of them that don't.
Yeah, but women higher in narcissism, psychopathy are probably going to be more likely to do the dual mating strategy.
I was actually going to look this up, the correlation between a borderline personality disorder and testosterone. Because I've met some girls when I see borderline personality disorder, and there's just like this high level of just fucking anger, sometimes violence, and then just like highly sexual. And I'm just wondering if maybe testosterone has something to do with it.
I'm gonna get a little nerdy for a second. So the
testosterone definitely plays a role in female libido. What?
So the Diehl-Main hypothesis set out to explain infidelity. The idea is that the big reason why women cheat is because they want alpha genetics. So here are three reasons, three pieces of evidence against it. So number one is only 1 to 3% of women get pregnant outside of their relationship. So if they're cheating, then and they want the alpha genetics, then why are most of them, the vast majority, not getting pregnant? Number two, the biggest reason women cheat, according to a Mackin study, is relationship dissatisfaction, specifically emotional. Under dual mating, we should not expect this. Women need for good genes should be unrelated to their own relationship satisfaction. And number three, women often fall in love with their affair partners. This would disrupt the current bond, the relationship with investing partner or beta. We should instead expect to see a trend where the current relationship is maintained, our Diehl-Main hypothesis. And a direct quote from David Buss: if the primary function of female infidelity was simply to secure superior genes from the affair partner, falling in love seemed both superfluous and costly by potentially interfering with securing continued investment from a woman's regular partner. So, yeah, I mean, like,
no, I totally understand. The irony of is that Mack and Murphy actually believes in the dual mating strategy.
I mean, I
know what he wrote. I'm telling you, I've had a discussion with him about it. He believes in dual mating.
Maybe
he and Rollo believe in dual mating strategy. Me and William Costello believe in mate switching.
Yeah,
how can they believe it?
David Buss doesn't believe in it anymore. What's his name? God's doesn't believe in it anymore.
Well, it's not that God's side is going where the science tells him. I'm telling you, I think I know what the answer is. The answer is it switches over time. I think it starts off as dual mating and then slowly, like starts off at dual mating, maybe 30, 40%. And then by the time they get 30, it turns to mate switching right around the time they get to 30. I think it's more like 85, 15%. There's just
couldn't it also be that some girls have a propensity for one and some girls have a propensity for
yes, that's exactly right. So it just like I think it has to do with the level of hypersexuality. So like for instance, in the study where he talks about women falling in love with their affair partners, it's 79% of women that fall in love with their affair partners, which means 21. That's why I got this number. It means 21% of women just wanted to fuck a dude who wasn't their husband, and that is directly dual mating strategy. So like I think it's what I've said before. It's 85-15, 80-20.
Wait, Michael, they could have wanted that, but then they fell in love later, right? Like that's a
no. In the survey, in total, have you ever fallen in love with an affair partner? 79% of the women said yes. Yeah,
gotcha.
83% of the women said that they had problems. I've quoted all the studies. The data he's coming from comes from David Buss's TED Talk in like 2015.
Let's say one implausibility with the theory too is like traditional societies were extremely violent. You know, you had like warlords and stuff that would take like, you know, a large amount of women, keep them for themselves. They'd literally castrate other males to prevent them from, or kill them to prevent them from taking any of their women. And there are some societies, like some even outlined in the Bible, where they would actually deliberately try to kill children from that their women had from other men. So seems kind of implausible just when you look at ancient cultures, how men would kind of handle situations like that.
It's just, I think what it is there's a spectrum of sociosexuality, and women who are maybe more sociosexual or just maybe more inclined to have a variety of sexual partners, which by the way is a symptom of testosterone. I believe, this is my hypothesis, I'm going to ask Dr. Buss to actually see what he thinks about this, is that it is a mixture of the two. I've asked him before. He said, yes, he believes it's a mixture of the two. I think it's 80-20.
Yeah. If you want to look at some interesting research that might corroborate that, you should look at disease transmission dynamics, sexual transmission. Usually how sexually transmitted diseases go around in a community, you'll have just a small percentage of hypersexual women who will have sex with many men. And then those men will have monogamous partners and transfer the STDs they got from that woman to their monogamous partner. So yeah, it's probably just a few women who are more hypersexual.
Another thing that there's quite a few things, but that I see, not you, Michael, but red pill content creators talk about, is that like women are becoming more and more hoey, like women are more and more promiscuous every year. It sounds like on the surface,
the opposite the case.
Well,
yeah, I think
to
the amount of sex women are having is less. What I think a better way to say that is women are less shamed for showing more, but in general having less sex. Like teenage pregnancy was a serious problem in the 90s when I was growing up. We had a clinic in my high school just for all the women in there that were pregnant, and that's almost completely been it's almost completely gone now. So I think a better way to say it is women show more now. Like in the 60s, I think you as a 24-year-old man had a way easier time just getting strange pussy back in 1965, free love, summer of love. I think it was people were fucking more and showing less back then. I think people are fucking way less now and showing way more for OF, Patreon, Instagram, etc.
There's a caveat. So the top 5% of the most sexually active women are actually becoming even more sexually active now. So the top 5% of promiscuous girls are even more promiscuous now than they've ever been. It's not girls are having sex less. They're having sex slightly less now. So it's a small difference, but yeah.
I mean, sociosexuality also refers to like attitudes towards sex, not just like the sex itself. So I think it's pretty obvious that, as you guys were saying, that's become more open. Like attitudes towards it. Like, I think if you ask people, like, are you open to like a one night stand or a casual relationship or, multiple relationships? Now you're going to get a lot more people saying yes. I just don't think they're acting on it perhaps as much or having as much.
But in the macro, like say the Lily Phillips situation, shout out to Lily. I met her 2 weeks ago. She's really nice.
Oh, nice.
In the Lily Phillips situation, the situation is and I'm not here to judge her, but in a previous generation, she would have been shamed. I was with her near AVN and she had security with her because everyone wanted her.
Well, she got shamed like crazy on Twitter and comments. Like,
she in general, I don't think society shamed her. I mean, if you were going to count both, I think she created a lot of drama, but in general, what I think the argument would be is that some of the actions that women may have taken previously, like in the 1950s, were more shamed then than they are now. That's something you could say is accurate. I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing. I think it's a bad thing in general because there's a small subset of women that weren't going to do porn and now are going to do porn because they see women making $200,000-$300,000 a month, or some of these women at the top making several million. There's a few girls that were not going to do porn that have decided that they're going to do that, which at least for a guy like me, takes them out of a potential dating market.
Yeah, but like I don't see that as a negative. There's still plenty of girls that are going to be your type, and there's plenty of guys that are going to date them, right? It's not like their options are cut off or whatever.
No, the women don't have a problem here. You're correct. That Lily Phillips will have a line to the left of men trying to marry her right after she does 1,000-person gangbang.
Yeah, but also guys like you are not going to have a problem either.
Oh, of course. But I want my whole concern, like the whole thing to me, the whole Lily Phillips situation, the whole point of it to me was not Lily Phillips, Bonnie Blue. 1,000 men sat there to have sex with this 30-something-year-old woman. 1,000 men, like meaning you're standing in a line and there's 3 or 4 guys in front of you and there's 3 or 4 guys behind you. You have to sign a waiver, put a condom on, and have sex with this woman. And you're somewhere in the 500 or 600.
I would want to be guy number.
I'm actually
1,000.
surprised she's in her 30s. She looked.
No, she's much younger. She's like 21 or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, Bonnie Blue? No, I'm talking about Lily Phillips.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Bonnie Blue. Wait, how old is Bonnie Blue? Really? I saw a picture of her. She looked way older.
No. I interviewed her last year, but yeah, she's a lot younger than people think.
Oh shit, Marcus, can you put me in touch
25.
with Bonnie Blue?
Maybe she's had too many lasers.
Interview her too.
Yeah, bro. Yeah,
that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, so I guess Michael, like, why do you see that as a negative that a girl?
Well,
like,
I didn't say no. I didn't. I specifically said I didn't say it was a negative in general. I personally, if we're talking about in my household with my family, it would be a negative. Yes.
Well, of course.
But as far as the world, I don't try to prescribe to other people how they should live their lives. But I will say, selfishly, if I look at the world, fewer women doing porn allows more women for me to date. Selfishly. And this is just something in general. And there is a certain percentage of women that I know that are very attractive that are pulled. It goes Hooters, and then not anymore, obviously. It went Hooters, and then it went to bottle service, and then bottle service, and went strip club, then it went OnlyFans, and then it went like touring and fucking random OnlyFans content creators. And so there was a step ladder process that happened that was taking them out of the dating pool, for me, selfishly, out of that dating pool, and probably a lot of guys who are watching this now too.
I don't.
But why? Like, there's still like way more girls for you to date than you can ever possibly date. Like, there's millions. Like, why would that be from a, like, there's still way more than you will ever be able to date.
Well,
go ahead.
Do you have any like figures on how many more young women are even going into porn? Because like the population has increased, so the actual amount of women who aren't porn stars has probably increased.
I'm including guy girl sex on OnlyFans.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like the population
as a percentage of the population that has increased. Yes.
All right. Yeah.
But as a percentage of the population,
it's going up.
The point I'm making is, as a percentage of the population, that's increased, but the percent, like the sheer amount, like the actual amount of women
it goes up
who
every
aren't
year
doing porn, has also increased.
Yeah, I think they're both increased. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I got a question. Okay, if a girl's doing solo content, all right, because she said porn got to go solo content, does that rule her out? So if you have a
wouldn't for me.
Perfect girl, vegan. Okay, solo content. You guys down?
This is a tough
dude.
one.
I just look up the stats on this. There are 1.4 million women in the U.S. that are content creators on OnlyFans. What? And then it says 22,000 professional porn stars. That number seems very high. 1.4 million?
No,
that doesn't seem high.
Wait, professional content creators on OnlyFans? Like I
feel like there's a bunch of people that just
they just need to create an account.
22,000 women who do studio porn. That means they sign a contract with a studio. There's 1.5 million. And by the way, all those studio girls also have OnlyFans. Then there's 1.5 million OnlyFans content creators, female OnlyFans content creators in the United States. No, that number's accurate. That's correct.
And all that means is that
1% of the American female population almost is on OnlyFans. That is correct. Yes, that's where we got
correct.
You know, the other problem with it is
it wouldn't have happened.
It's probably not. It's not an accurate. It's not like just a general slice of the American female population. It's probably like mostly younger, hotter girls. And when you look at this normal distribution, 9s and 10s, that's like what, 4 or 5% less.
Exactly. That's so. Selfishly, my demographic gets sucked out because of this. And again, dude, listen, I'm not trying to brag. I have more friends that are porn stars than all of you combined. I live in Las Vegas every week. I live in a building full of porn stars. All right, and they're my friends, and I love them. And I've gone out, partied with them, all kinds of stuff. Maybe brought a couple home with me and my girl. We've done that before, but I'm not going to date them. And so I'm saying even selfishly, I'm admitting that I'm being selfish here. Selfishly, as more women start doing this stuff, and of that 1.5 million, let's say a third of them do guy-girl porn. About maybe a third, maybe a quarter. It's not most of them. Okay.
But
I run a podcast where like all we do is interview like OnlyFans girls essentially. So but would that rule you out in the dating pool? So say there was a girl that was just doing like solo content.
So I'm gonna be really. Someone's gonna do a reaction video on this. Before 2019, I had been with so many girls who were in Playboy or stuff like that who had done girl on girl that I could not possibly have told you no. Now I can tell you, because of my role as a male performance coach, I think it would not do well for my business for me to be with a girl who does girl on girl porn. So for that reason, I probably would say no. Not out of function of being judgmental. I've just been with too many girls who were in Playboy for me to say no. I would not be with a girl who's nude.
Why would that?
Everyone blames they'll blame the girls for doing the porn, then they'll blame the guys for buying the OnlyFans and this type of thing. I think the responsibility should be placed on the government. I think government should literally ban. Did I break up? Should ban OnlyFans and pornography.
Jesus,
that's literally what's
against free speech.
Do you think?
The thing is, it's not necessarily free speech. The problem with it is it's a hyper novel stimuli that the human brain is not evolved to deal with. It's
essentially trolling, right?
Should we get rid of like junk food?
Like, look at what it does to society.
Should we get rid of
the women that are extremely attractive?
Hold on,
let me say my point, and then you guys can all tell me why I'm wrong.
Yeah,
the women that are in their prime years of life, when they could be producing like healthy offspring, are instead putting themselves online, shaming themselves, their families, and then in a consequence, men are getting sucked into these voids where they have this in between being alone and with a woman. There's like this in between space of they're just kind of like derping, watching porn, OnlyFans, etc. And it doesn't. And when men are doing that, they're not proactively going out to meet women, to start families and communities. You have no society if a large swath of humanity is just fucking jerking themselves into oblivion. Like there are men out there that literally this is essentially the equivalent of like the opioid crisis or something for them, where they're literally just like jerking themselves into oblivion. And those people, they should be having the same amount of government protection as someone that's addicted to opioids, someone who's addicted to heroin or fentanyl or something like that. There should be some kind of governmental oversight from people that want society to flourish, not people that just want to profit.
Let me debunk this argument in under 1 minute.
Yeah, I'll debunk this really. I can debunk this really quickly.
Okay,
this is the same issue with firearms. You can ban whatever gun you want, but the only way to ban a gun is to get rid of the knowledge of how to create them. So, which is impossible. So you can ban every gun you want, but people can manufacture them with simple milling machines. They can do 3D printed guns now. You can make full 3D printed guns with no actual firearms parts. Same with porn. You don't need Pornhub to exist for porn to exist. So you're never going to ban porn. If somebody is seeking out online content.
Let me build on that before you respond, Austin.
There is a societal function of firearms. There are other uses of it. Whereas I think when you're using I don't think it's a good analogy. I think it's a false analogy.
Really quickly, I'm just going to debunk.
We're not talking about the utility. We're talking about the logical possibility of being able to ban said.
Yeah, well, you're never going to be completely.
All right, I want to go.
But what you do is by setting up rules, you eliminate 99% of it, which eliminates 99% of the harm.
Just if everyone can just please
no, you don't
get my statement out. Okay, so you do realize that in countries where porn is banned, they have more porn addiction than ever. Example, Saudi Arabia. And typically when you ban porn, you get rid of the regulation, it goes underground, then you have the increased likelihood of child porn, for example, and devious stuff like that. But the country, like for example in Utah, porn is I think Pornhub is banned, and they found that porn addiction, porn watching is an all-time high, higher than like every other state. So it's the same thing.
Utah,
it's the same thing as
age restriction, and Pornhub then pulled.
But I think that's what the point is that they've tried to take action in Utah, and their numbers of porn watchage are higher than ever. In countries like Saudi Arabia, like there's record levels of like people watching porn, even though it's banned there. And then to top it off is that it's just the same thing as the drug war. Like when you made marijuana illegal, or when you made alcohol illegal during the prohibition, just it created all these issues. It made it go underground, so there was gangsters like Al Capone that became involved, all this crime that was associated with it. And in addition,
there's got to be some kind of solution.
It didn't make drinking better.
Can I make a statement based on like principle here, right? Because even if we could like click our fingers and have a pretty good like magical solution there, I don't like the idea of this, because I feel like you can watch porn every now and again, and it doesn't have to like ruin your life or ruin society or anything like that. I think you can
maybe
eat
for
junk
you, but for someone that has emotional issues,
let me just finish.
Porn locks into.
Should we ban casinos?
I think, there's gambling, there's alcohol, there's all these things that I think people can have in moderation that can actually make your life a little bit more fun and interesting. And yes, you might have situations where people drink too much and they have car accidents and shit. You can have some restrictions around and some support around, but just to be like, we should ban this whole thing, like, fuck, watching porn is kind of nice.
1%
you're going to have
the
to
attractive female population of America is literally doing OnlyFans.
So
okay, well, first of all,
do you see no issue with this?
Particularly attractive, no, I do. So that's just not true. Secondly,
I don't see the issue.
Yeah, secondly, you're going to have to actually propose a logically possible way of actually banning pornography, which you can't.
How is this going to be different than prohibition, where they try to ban alcohol?
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah, so I don't know what the solution is. I haven't even looked into this. I'm just saying that from a moral perspective,
it matters if there's a logical possibility to ban something.
Like
if
the
you're
number one
for a ban.
demographic for consuming pornography is like 12 to 14-year-old boys is like
that's not
some of the biggest consumers.
That's not the number one demographic.
Okay, should cigarettes, gambling, and alcohol be banned in your opinion?
No, not at all.
What?
Cigarettes
kill addicted to all those things.
Dude, cigarettes kill like how many millions of people each year?
I like what New Zealand did actually with cigarettes, and I also like what America did. which was the cultural shift that happened around it.
So why shouldn't we have a cultural shift with pornography then?
Why should we, or why shouldn't we?
Why shouldn't we? Like, to me, you can't have
we
these different positions. You can't say we should completely ban porn, but hey, cigarettes.
I think there's a combination approach that makes sense. With, like, for example, what New Zealand did, they accomplished the same cultural shifts as America did, but what they did is they're phasing out cigarettes. So if you're born after a certain age or a certain time, you're just never allowed to buy cigarettes ever. So basically, people that were born, it's an interesting approach. And I agree that there's not like a really simple, easy solution to a very complex problem. I'm just showing that there is a huge, massive problem.
Yeah, so just because there's a problem, but that doesn't mean a ban is going to be the solution to the problem or make it better. Like, if you can't propose a logical way to ban pornography and any of your propositions with a ban actually lead to more harm, then you shouldn't be advocating for a ban.
Yeah, I think one thing that actually just got implemented in Florida was you have to use a legal ID. I think
that's stupid.
Only on Pornhub. Every other porn site is available.
That is so goddamn dangerous and stupid. There have already been data breaches, and people have gotten their personal information taken and bank accounts drained. Personal information stolen. You do not want that.
No, and the problem is that when you can get like mainstream porn companies like Pornhub to implement these rules through force, or maybe they just pull out of the state of Florida, which is what happened. But you're not going to get all these shady fucking Russian or whatever, or like Colombian websites. And when you cause things to go underground, it just gets worse because there's no regulation. So then you're going to have more child pornography. You're going to have more like viruses and scams. Like, you want things to be regulated. Like we saw.
And by the way, you can't tax it either. You can't get government revenue. You're also going to exclude people out of a potential
I think there would
business.
be a better use of the resources of 1% of the female population of a U.S. being engaged in some more productive activity.
Well, look,
I
kind of doctors or lawyers,
I do agree that
so.
people are gonna find a way to do it regardless. Like, there's more cocaine coming out of Colombia today than there was during
40% of Americans are obese. There would be a better use of their fucking eating habits than becoming super obese and draining our healthcare system and dying. But like, that's their prerogative. Like, unless you want to ban fast food.
Yeah, I just want to be clear on that 1% stat too. We need to look into that. But I doubt this is 1% of the American population that is actively using OnlyFans right now, and that's their only source of income and doing anything else. 90% of people on OnlyFans aren't fucking making money, and they've probably created an account, unactively using it. Or, as Vegan said, there's probably some girls on there that are actually successful in another area of their life and now using OnlyFans. They're usually the most successful.
I have more of the issue with it keeping men stuck and not having them.
That's their fault. They're not the OnlyFans.
Yeah,
fault.
that's the men's fault.
You can say it's their fault. What if fentanyl was just like available on?
Should we ban
anime?
Right?
There's certain
anime
drugs
because there are men who get addicted to anime and get obsessed with like anime characters. That's a thing.
I think you can make a distinction between things that have like demonstrated really intense.
Yeah. Also,
there's a big difference between fentanyl and porn, though. Fentanyl can physically kill you. Porn would be more similar to social media addiction. Should we make social media illegal, or would it be more similar to, I don't know, online gambling or playing?
By the way, I totally disagree with the idea of banning fentanyl. The drug bans
banned, right?
Well, I disagree with the ban. All of these drug bans have actually led to fentanyl use. So they created, those painkiller medications like Percocet, OxyContin. Yeah. Then when they restricted their use, those same users ended up using heroin. Then when they couldn't get heroin, they ended up getting fentanyl, which is a way more dangerous drug. So all of these bans and restrictions only lead to more harmful habits. So if you legalize these things, legalize these things, tax it, and you can, if you have a large enough production, you can actually basically, you can get market dominance over criminal organizations like the cartel.
Yeah, but I was thinking what could be done as a harm reduction? Maybe like a certain 10% of the income of these sites should be put toward like places where you can do like an inpatient like a rehab.
That's something I think everyone's on board with.
Well, that's what casinos do now.
So yeah, so you can have a what do they call it? A vice tax. There's vice taxes on alcohol, cigarettes, stuff like that, and that goes to treatment, rehab clinics,
I just
hospitals.
partially
like
my rage is that government and society always lag like 30 years behind when like evidence comes out. It's like, cigarettes are obviously horrible for you and give lung cancer. Back in the fucking 50s and 60s, they're like, smoke these. This is the doctor recommended cigarette. It's like, I'm so tired of retards in society slowing down the progress
industry.
and just
well,
helping.
your problem is
and
thinking that the goal of the government is to help people. That's kind of where the premise.
I do take a dude. I feel like whenever you go to Northern Europe, you're just like, this is a place where the government actually makes fucking sense. Like they understand what happens and they create solutions where the people can thrive. Like
that is bullshit. Oh my god.
Have you been to Northern Europe?
I actually agree
so
with Austen
there's some countries that
I've
make sense. So
I've been to Norway,
Switzerland.
Sweden, Finland, Denmark,
Sweden's
and
a
Iceland.
shithole. Sweden's a fucking shithole.
No, that's just
I also
because of
think they're
immigration.
different. It's tough there because they've just got a different society, and the fact that they
fucked up with
as far as where a lot of
immigration.
these places have a lot of money from natural resources and then a small population. So, for instance, like their Medicare and
That's
shit,
Norway.
they can just pump
That's not
fucking
Sweden.
money into it.
Hey, real quick, Alex, it's important. Can you share the screen that I have here? Because I want to show you guys something that ChatGPT just made for me.
Yeah, sure.
Create an image of Markus Wolf and Michael Sartain banning porn. You like that? It just made that for us.
It would be more like Austen.
We're just waving our hand and then the porn just.
Well, yeah, it just makes me mad because there's people that are growing up. Their first exposure to sex is pornography. They basically get an addiction by the time they're in high school, and then they're just stuck with this addiction. And because it's so like shameful, they don't open up and talk about it the same way people would talk about something like drugs.
That's
or alcohol.
pretty atypical, by the way.
Most people don't get it.
Yeah, most. I don't think it'd be most. But like the important point here, I agree. It's just harm reduction. Okay, like what can we do? When I say we, like government as well, to reduce the harm. I think banning it, we can all agree, is just like not going to work.
No, it's going to make things worse. It's going to cause it to go underground. You're going to have more child corn. You're going to have
you're going to have
not safe
practices.
15-year-olds. Like right now, there's like a lot of rules that exist around professional porn production. Like you have to get tested once every 2 weeks, like things like that are doing a good job of. That's why there hasn't been an HIV spread in the porn industry in a while. That's just because they have a lot of rules in place. When you cause it to go underground, then all the rules go away. And then you just have fucking chaos.
Hey, Vegan Gains, would you ban eating meat?
Oh yeah. Oh goddamn hell yeah.
Wait, really?
I think that's going to go underground, bro. You don't think I'll have like a little pig in my backyard?
No, it couldn't. No, it couldn't. It requires far too much land use.
All right.
We wouldn't have the COVID pandemic if we banned meat worldwide. 7 million people would still be alive.
COVID came from a lab, bro.
There's not really any evidence for that.
There's a lot of
some evidence.
very good evidence for that.
It's not 100%. There's some evidence.
It's not 100%, but there's very good. The head. Okay, I don't want to go down this rabbit hole unless you guys want to, but there's a lot of. It's a lot more probable than the.
The wet market hypothesis has more evidence behind it. It's plausible, the lab leak hypothesis, but there's not great evidence in support of it.
Okay, I'll just quickly debunk it. So most of the time with what was the category that COVID was in? It was a bird flu, right? Or
it's an avian flu.
Avian flu.
It's not an avian
flu.
Avian
flus are typically...
COVID was not an avian flu. SARS. I think it's
SARS-CoV-2. Okay, whatever category. Okay, anyway, I'll present like this. The head biologist at the lab in Wu-Tang, when she first heard that there was a virus spread, her initial reaction was, "Oh shit, was there a lab leak?" This was a journalist reported at the time. Then the story got blacked out, but still exists in China. That was the first thing. The second of all, that lab had failed safety inspections like fucking 3-4 times in a row. Yeah, those start with those.
Well, that was 8 years before the actual outbreak, and so yeah, they were experimenting with SARS virus, but that was 8 years before the actual pandemic, and yeah, they weren't even experimenting with SARS at the time. So
But why did the head virologist at the lab think?
Again, that was I'm pretty sure that was 8 years before
No.
the actual.
I can tell you why. I can tell you why, because in history, viruses have gotten out from labs. It doesn't necessarily mean that they found out about the one virus we had. I mean, what I think probably happened was it did come from a bat. They found parts of bat genome in COVID, and possibly what happened was that someone at the lab caught it, gave it to someone else, and he was just patient zero. But it still came from a bat. Both things can be true. In fact, you could actually procure a bat from a wet market in Wuhan.
Yeah.
Possibly that's what happened. I'm saying a confluence of one of those events. My whole thing is, do I think that they were just sitting there with like laser beams and creating a fucking thing in the lab to kill all the humans, and it's just Bill Gates and just sitting there laughing the whole? No, that's ridiculous. What I do think is that probably some level of negligence from a laboratory in Wuhan caused this whole thing to happen. There's a possibility that's true, but I still do think it came from a bat. Viruses, it was a mammalian virus. We know that, and it jumped from one mammalian species to another. That's what happened. In fact, we have found a separate COVID strain in bats in India as well. So like I'm just saying the whole idea that this whole thing was just completely engineered because Fauci was just sitting there like laughing, and Bill Gates, and they're like fucking children together, like whatever people need to make up to believe. I think it's way more negligent and way less nefarious than that.
You're right, but I think that sure, it wasn't like Fauci and fucking Bill Gates like just planning this. But
the story about that woman research is a real thing. That was 8 years ago, and that story got brought up because of the whole COVID pandemic, and people wrongfully attributed it to the current pandemic when it was just a concern she brought up.
No, the head virologist happened when she was on the train from her vacation right after the outbreak started.
I mean, both these things are possible, right? Like she could be like, "Oh fuck, it was a lab," and it still could have been a bat. I mean, it could be both. Have been,
but just interesting that her I mean, gut feeling was that it's a lab leak.
Yeah.
Sure. Anyway, this is a whole.
Anyway, let's ban porn.
And meat.
Well, here's a example. When I was bringing up the Northern European countries, so almost all of them have banned. What's it called? What's that dog? What's the shitty dog called? Pitbull. They've all banned pit bulls and like closely related species, and they just make decisions that make sense for society. Like pit bulls have been selectively bred for like 100 years to do something that no other dog does, which is they bite and they don't let go. They basically get lockjaw, and that's what creates these like
lockjaw is a myth.
Okay, whatever. They create these terrible situations where they just never fucking let go, and you see tons of videos of this, and they've just decided, no, we don't need that dog in the society. You know,
I'm very skeptical about pit bulls being particularly dangerous because there's not actually there aren't even any cross-sectional surveys. It's just a case series. So it's very low quality evidence that has a high risk of bias. And if you look at these reports of dog attacks, they don't actually accurately identify the breed. And on top of that, there's a huge overlap with socioeconomic status. So people with a low socioeconomic status and criminal background are far more likely to have these pit bulls.
Because they're in the kennels.
Again, they deliberately train them. They deliberately train them to be aggressive and attack people. So it may not have anything to do with the breed. You can look at the genetics of it.
So if you look at puppies, like border collie puppies are herding. Then there's like the what are those dogs called that they go after like the ducks and stuff? They do this like little slow walk. Then you look at the puppies of pit bulls, and they're all just like biting and attacking and like literally not letting go. So there's a strong genetic component of dog breeds.
Yeah, again, the only
right? Like in my opinion, the evidence I just quickly looked in a 5-second search. It doesn't seem like very obvious that there's a lot of evidence for this. But even if there is,
it is one of the most obvious cases. Like if you just take a debate, pit bulls should be banned or legalized.
Dude, Europe is just absolutely.
It is one of the most cut and dry debates ever.
Society.
Oh my god, there's so many good pit bulls out there.
If there was a lot of evidence, okay.
Here's a great example. There's so many good pit bulls out there. It's just here's another kind of argument. It's about the person who has the dog, not the dog itself. So would you say that Cesar Millan is a good dog trainer?
No, he is terrible.
Anything about him.
He's the most famous dog trainer in human history.
Well, you can be famous
guy
and be
has- this
terrible
guy has
at
a
what you
pit bull.
do.
This guy has a pit bull, and it literally there's a lawsuit against him because it attacked Queen Latifah's dog. So this is the stats on it. Pit bulls
Cesar
make up
Millan
6%
is
of the
a
dogs in the
terrible
US.
dog trainer. So, by the way, Cesar Millan is a terrible dog trainer. Modern dog trainers use positive reinforcement training, not negative reinforcement training like he does. And it's been proven negative reinforcement training makes a dog more prone to anxiety and aggression. So he's training these dogs in a way that makes them more prone to being anxious and aggressive. And then you're saying, oh, his pit bull attacked somebody, when he's using a training method that will make the dog more prone to aggression. He's a terrible dog trainer. He's an absolute fraud and a fucking idiot. And I'm not surprised one of his dogs attacked somebody. And by the way,
if you terribly train a Chihuahua, the problem is that if you terribly train a Chihuahua, the worst that happens is you get like a little cut or something. If you terribly train a pit bull,
let's ban big black dudes. Let's ban big black dudes because midgets, if they get aggressive and attack you, they can't really do anything.
The thing is, there's like over 200 dog breeds.
They could be NFL linebackers.
There's 200 dog breeds. You don't need pit bulls or those closely associated breeds.
Yeah, Austen, I was about to say, if this is true, all right, that's a freedom that no one really cares that much about. Okay, you ban like one random dog breed, I don't think it's the end of the world. But if you try to ban like junk food or gambling or porn, I think that does take away from like a lot of choice there. So I think you'd have to give a better example.
Societal things that you can do. For example, in Europe,
there's a much bigger issue.
You just brought up junk food. So like,
rights
why are Americans so obese, whereas Europeans are not obese? Most people,
because Americans are idiots who stuff their face like morons. That's
really,
why.
or is it a government policy that allows these companies to put additives in food?
No.
They allow different portion sizes that they don't allow elsewhere.
No, so Europe has no restrictions.
Portion size in like they're not banning junk food. So I again agree with you. There's small changes here, and there's influence the government can have. So the question is, what are they doing in Northern Europe?
Well, look, I've lived in Europe. So I've lived in Europe for a while because I met my wife there. There's a few cultural differences with European society that account for the difference in obesity rate. One, urban sprawl. You walk everywhere when you're in Europe because there's walkable cities. In the US, you just drive everywhere because the cities are just so massive and it's made for cars. Europe was not, most European cities weren't made with a car in mind. So you walk everywhere. I used to walk to the grocery store, whereas I can't do that here. I need to drive. So people get more physical daily activity. They either walk or use a bicycle, whereas in the US, they just drive everywhere or get their food ordered.
And they have more meals with their family and then more sit-down meals.
Well, on top of that, Americans are fucking morons. They just are. They do not care about food quality. Food quality in Canada even and in Europe is way higher. You can actually look at the difference in ingredients. Hershey's chocolate bars, for instance. In the US, they had carnauba wax, just this crappy filler that makes it taste like cardboard. Americans don't care. In Canada, they can't sell that same chocolate bar. In Europe, they can't sell that same chocolate bar. So it actually contains more cocoa mass.
Well, some of the changes are happening now. Red 5 just got banned. I think there's a lot of
Red 5 isn't making people obese. Red 5 is.
I'm going to give an example of
it's just a colorant.
So like if you look at the things that can be added to
huge difference in food
perfumes
culture
in Europe are like
perfumes are not making people obese. You can't get.
I'm just saying, for example, from how much they care about health.
Well, we're talking about obesity, so perfumes have nothing to do with this. There's a huge difference in food culture. If you go to the United States, people are fucking idiots. They want the tastiest food they can possibly get. They want the biggest quantities they possibly can have at the cheapest price. If you go to other countries, they want the healthiest food that is actually nourishing. They want portion sizes that are reasonable so that they don't want to get fat because they're smart and they can make, good personal decisions. And they want food that's just of a higher quality that like actually tastes
I think
better.
US just gives you more choice. You can eat healthier in the US. You can also eat like abysmally. In Europe, it's just all reasonably.
No, healthy food is healthy food. You can't eat healthier in the US versus like Italy or Norway or anything. But no, Americans just have a different food culture and they have a different way of living that minimizes physical activity. And Americans are idiots. They just want to stuff their face with as much junk food as possible. Whereas in Europe, They want to eat good food at reasonable portion sizes that will actually be healthy and nourish them.
This is just talking about the role of the genetics.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else you guys want to talk about?
Let's debate veganism.
Talk about
now.
veganism. I'm always down for that.
Austen, I thought you were anarcho-capitalist. What you're saying is not very anarcho-capitalist.
Yeah, I kind of do agree with vegan gains at some points. There, it's like anarcho-capitalism would only function in a society of people that respect property rights and people that are somewhat intelligent. When you have very dumb people, it doesn't really work out too well. Like, it could probably work in like 10 countries now.
Anarcho-capitalism would never work. You're going to have corporations that just become too large and too powerful, and then you're going to have an oligarch class, and you're literally going to go back to
there's only one monopoly that has ever come across from like the pure free market. It's the De Beers what is it? The Kimberley Diamond
That's
Mine?
not true. That's not true. There being many monopolies. It's just that the U.S. government and other governments have squashed them and forced them to divest or sell. So there's been many.
How are
monopolies.
we getting into a
Google
debate of
just
something on the way
recently
to another
had,
debate?
This is what
Google just recently had the lawsuit where it was proven they were running a monopoly and they have to sell Google Chrome now. So no, there have been many monopolies that have popped up. It's just that the government has interfered and broken up these monopolies. So if you have an anarcho-capitalist system, you're just going to have peasants and oligarchs.
Do you know what the counter argument is to that?
What?
Is that the government enables monopolies to form by giving them special privileges and legal loopholes that basically give them a moat where other people can't get started.
Please explain to me how Google has been forced to sell Google Chrome because it's being determined to be a monopoly. That is complete and utter horseshit.
No idea.
All right. Anything else you guys want to talk about?
Are we gonna debate veganism?
I'm always up for it. Could also debate whether or not Europe is beta male cucked.
Who believes?
So wait, what topic of veganism are we gonna debate?
Well, we could talk about ethics. We could talk about health. Whatever you're up for.
Oh, actually, I have this. I'm curious of your take on this because I have. Let me see if I can pull this up. So this thing, okay, because the ethical argument almost always goes back to this, which is one person says that the vegan diet kills more animals. One person says that the omnivorous or carnivore diet would kill more animals. So I'm curious your take on this. That from what I've heard, the vegan diet kills more animals because of displacing entire ecosystems for monocrop agriculture. Whereas in lieu of that, if you had the same amount of land diverted to, let's say, a regenerative beef farm or cattle farm, you could have multiple species of animals living in the same proximity, like insects, birds, mice, etc. You don't have to worry about anything eating the grain or whatever because they're just kind of like, it's just kind of like ecosystem effect, kind of like how before even there were cattle farms, there were like bison roaming the U.S. It was slightly less than there are now in terms of cattle, but when they create soil fertility, there's a carbon cycle, blah blah blah. So anyway, there's this. Maybe I can share this Notion document.
Yeah, I can debunk this pretty easily. I've
so yeah, if one person eats only beef, let's say, they're eating one cow per year, and that's their diet. What would, if a vegan diet is, causing a displacement of the ecosystem and also monocrop agriculture causing, the pesticides, whatever, causing the food chain disruption. So, like the pesticides are going to the food, which going into the mice, which eats what's eaten by the birds, and it causes this this issue. So what's your take on that?
Yeah, so most crops are actually grown to feed livestock. So corn, soybeans, the reason we grow so much corn and soybeans is to feed livestock.
Do you know the counter argument to that?
What is it?
It's that basically entirely for cows, they're eating the byproducts of production that have not been that we can't eat. So, for example, in Florida, they're fed the orange rinds. In other states, they're fed the corn stalk. So not the parts of the,
so
the parts
that's
of the corn that we can't
that's considered forage. So you can feed them forage, but the majority of crops are actually meant for livestock consumption. So you do feed them the forage, so like the bean stalk and all that, but they also eat the actual bean and corn kernels. So
okay, so I guess we have different stats on that. The one I saw was like 86% of the food they eat is just like what you said, forage, or like the stuff that we can't eat.
Yeah,
like the
so
almond
there's funny
holes and stuff like that.
so there's funny numbers with that because they have to consume so much food. Like a full-grown cow has to eat a lot more total mass than a human being. So you can find numbers where it'll tell you like 85% of what they eat is just the forage and the other 15% is just the actual soybean and corn kernels. Because the actual amount of food they eat is so massive, it still works out that the majority of these corn and soybeans end up going to feeding livestock because humans have to eat far less. So, no. If you're worried about environmental displacement, you should be on a vegan diet because you can feed far more people using far less land, and thus fewer animals are killed, both in harvest, definitely in slaughter because you're not slaughtering any animals, and when it comes to environmental displacement.
The other counter argument to that is that a lot of cattle in the West is taken on BLM land. So they're taking on like this Bureau of Land Management stuff. So they're just like eating like random shit on the in the wild. And I've done hikes in Colorado and Wyoming and stuff, and I've seen these cows out there. And then if you look at, I guess you have to compare like versus like. So in the case of majority of cattle, they're literally just eating like grass.
No, so the majority of cattle are grain fed. Only about 30% of
they're grain fed toward the end of their
production.
Life.
Sorry?
They're grain fed for the last 15% of their life. Something like this.
Yeah, so only 30% of the US beef production could be maintained using only forage. So that would just be, grass grazing. So no.
Why is that the case? Is it because there's not enough land?
Yeah,
you would have to triple or quadruple the amount of land used for.
You need much larger sects of land if you're only going to rely on grass grazing. That's why we grow corn and soy primarily for livestock production because they need so much food.
I asked ChatGPT how much more land would have to be used for agriculture if everyone switched to carnivore, and they said it would have to triple.
Yep, at least. Some estimates actually you'd need like 11 more earths. Kind of depends on the grazing system you're talking. So you might want to ask it specifically if it's purely grass grazing. If it's purely grass grazing, I think the estimate is you need 11 more earths dedicated solely to cattle production.
All right, real quick, before you guys continue, it looks like Michael Sartain is about to shoot himself in the head, and I do got to dip in a second. I can let this run. So what do you guys, if you guys want to have a vegan debate, that's totally cool. I'll let this run. Or you can do it another time.
Well, I don't know. I was just curious your take on that thing. Let me see what are the other strong arguments I feel. I do think that the vegan diet is not optimal for human biology, and I think that's because of 2.5 million years.
Human biology right here.
Yeah, but there's a difference between body composition and overall health. Like there's other aspects of health than simply body composition.
Yeah, so vegans tend to have fewer health problems, lower rates of obesity, diabetes, heart disease, hypertension, and they do live longer on average. So you can look at the American Dietetic Association position statement. Sorry?
The counter argument that's pretty simple. It's you have healthy user bias and unhealthy user bias for these large what's it called?
No.
I'm gonna need an answer to the question whether you guys want to keep the vegan debate going or not.
We don't want to keep it going, but the next topic that I want to talk about.
You guys can. I don't have a problem with it. It's just that I think Michael is kind of checked out. I gotta go. So just let me know.
I'm up for it.
All right, I'll keep it going. Why not?
Okay, so
you guys keep going, and then a couple things.
Michael, what's your debate? What's your debate topic for this? What's your biggest?
I just like, dude. I did a Friday night. I did a panel on spaces, and there were some incels in there, and I was explaining to them. I was like, there are several different mechanisms that you can use as a man if you're not physically attractive in the face to still attract the opposite sex. And I was yelled at. Like the guy was almost crying, telling me that everything I was saying was a lie. And then when I pulled up statistics, then he started, like, literally his voice was cracking. And then he goes, I don't care about your statistics. And I was like, okay, cool. And then I said, hey man, like, just to be clear, like your behavior and you being over, what's the word I'm looking for? You're over emotional here. In addition to whatever your face looks like, this is also very unattractive to women. And he's like, I don't give a fuck. And then he's like, well, I don't like your ad hominem attacks. And I'm like, hey man, I gave you stats and you attacked me, but you're saying that I'm making an ad hominem argument. And it just got worse and worse and worse. I did not know how hard incels hold on. Like, they hold on to their identity. Even flat earthers don't take shit as personal as these guys do. I did not know it was this bad. Yep. So I'm probably going to be doing several more of those. You guys want to check out, we're probably going to have some of those guys come on Access Vegas this Thursday. We got a big one this Thursday. And then got an animal rescue March 6th in Los Angeles, California for Babes in Toyland. If you guys are in LA and want to come out and do that, and just me and 300 girls. And yeah.
When is it?
March 6th in Los Angeles. Yep.
All right.
Well, and also March 28th.
Then. Thanks for the invite.
March 28th, I'm speaking at Ty Lopez's mansion party. And then May 17th, I'm hosting a white party, which is also an animal rescue in Miami, Florida, in South Beach for Babes in Toyland. So if you guys want to come check that out.
Can I bring my Latina girlfriend to the white party, or it's like white people only completely? Like,
no, I make the joke also, but it's funnier because I'm brown. But yeah, no, you can bring whoever you want to the white party. It's not a big deal. In fact, ironically, FitX Fearless, that's where I met him personally for the first time. He came to my white party last year.
Oh, cool. But yeah, cool.
All right, guys, have fun. But remember, every day, talk to ChatGPT for 20 minutes. Get smarter when it comes to AI, dude. Don't fall behind, dude. I'm serious, bro. This dude deep research shit that they're using now is phenomenal. I think it's really great. It opens up a lot of doors.
You got me on Perplexity. It's okay, dude. It fucked me up the other day. I was just doing this thing, like I wanted to find the top 10 promoters in the city for my client. And I put it in Perplexity. All of the ones it imagined, I put in ChatGPT, and all the ones it got right. But I was on the deep research one too. I was kind of pissed. But it did. Yeah. The deep research worked on some other things. They all have pros and cons.
You have to. I generally ask the same question 3 times to say, hey, this is not right. Or one time it told me that girls go to Surrender on Wednesday, and I was like, Surrender's been closed for 5 years, etc. And then it goes, you are correct, and then it'll update it. So usually it takes about 3 attempts with some of these things to get it right. But my whole point is, I've seen too many people that I can see a very clear delineation where a lot of people are going to fall behind here, where it's like some people are going to understand how to use these prompts. It's really crazy. Like, I'll hang out with I was at a party last night, these commercial real estate guys, and I was just talking to these girls, and they're complete in total ignorance towards anything to do with artificial intelligence. I could just see a massive bifurcation in the workforce where there's people who understand how to use this as a tool, and there's a lot of people who don't. So I would recommend all of you guys, number one thing I would tell you is, man, figure out how to use it every day. Be as creative you can with prompts. When I talk to it, I'll ask a question. The question will be 3 minutes long, and it will completely understand what I'm saying. So anyway, guys, I'm going to run. Right. I got to go I have 3 cats I got to go take care of. Take care, gentlemen.
Take it easy. I gotta run too, Austen. So just end the stream when you guys are finished. Please don't bring anyone else on the panel because I can't take the chance of some random dick flasher. And just send me a text when you guys are done.
Okay.
All right, cool.
All right, and catch you guys. You can catch me on Ultimate Project. Bye.
See you.
All right. Do you want to continue vegan gains?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm always up for a vegan debate.
So my biggest take is that, or my biggest opinion on this is just, I don't think it's the optimal diet for humans. I think you can do well on it. Like obviously you're fucking put it on muscle mass and stuff, and people do well in it. But I don't think it's optimal. And the reason why I don't think it's optimal is because there's been like 2.5 million years of hominid evolution shaping our gut morphology and our bodies to adapt to a certain way of eating. and yeah, so that's the main thing is like,
well,
so,
just because we've been doing something for a long time, that doesn't mean it's actually good for us. Our ancient ancestors, usually their average life expectancy was under 40. So
that's
I wouldn't.
Modal, that's the modal, or sorry, that's not the modal age. That's the average, but that includes child mortality. When you look at the modal
even
age,
when you include child mortality, most of these ancient peoples, their average life expectancy was under 40, even after accounting for childhood mortality. I think even after the age of 8. You can look at the Hadza. The Hadza have an average life expectancy of, I think, 36 right now. With infant mortality, and then infant mortality either after age 5 or after age 8, it only goes up to about 38 years old. So they live very short lives. I wouldn't really take health and diet and lifestyle advice from a group of people who don't even make it to 40.
Yeah, so the modal age is early 60s. If you type in modal, that means the most common. And that's basically what you see in hunter-gatherers as well. Ancient hunter-gatherers, the modal age is around 65. What?
Yeah, but which population are you talking about? So there could be hunter-gatherer cultures that live to an average life expectancy of about 60 if you ignore infant mortality. But most
other reasons for that too, right? They didn't have access to modern medical system. They all had parasites.
Well, we never evolved with modern medical systems, so why would we use modern medicine if we didn't evolve to use it?
I think you can take the best of the old with the best of the new.
Sorry?
I think you can take the best of the old with the best of the new. So here we go. The modal age, most frequently occurring age of death for hunter-gatherer society, typically falls between 68 and 78 years.
Is that ChatGPT?
Yep.
Okay, well, what's the source?
I'm asking for the sources. Yeah, it says that is approximately 72 years from Wiley here. I'll pop it in the chat. What the hell? That's my. Hold on one second.
Wiley Online Library. Adaptive lifespan.
This one.
Oh, what is that?
Longevity among hunter-gatherers, a cross-cultural examination.
Yeah, we argue for an adaptive lifespan of 68 to 78. What does adaptive mean?
Let's see. Oh, for modern Homo sapiens. So maybe that means, man, that's an evolutionary term. When something's adaptive, it means that that's kind of like coded in or something. It's like they're, what's his name uses this? Gad Sad uses this a lot. Adaptive refers to the idea that human lifespan have evolved to be advantageous for survival and reproduction within the context of, yeah. So it basically means it's that's what adaptive means. It means it's good for the survival and flourishing of humanity. And it's probably because like most
so that has nothing to do with average life expectancy.
Their modal life expectancy, which means the most common age of death is 72, according to that.
We argue for an adaptive
lifespan. So when you talk about average and you have the
so this is just the abstract. It doesn't say in the abstract that their average lifespan was 72. It just argued the adaptive lifespan was 68 to 78. I don't know if they
have to go into. If you have a library card, you can access this. Maybe I'll be able to find
it. I can look it up on Sci-Hub. Let me.
But let's just, if you take it at face value, the other thing is after you had hunter gatherers, you had the agriculture revolution, and when you had people sedentary in one place, they're not exactly that super sedentary, they're just stationary, they're not nomadic anymore, and they're consuming tons of grains or potatoes. That's when you saw a reduction of the human height by like 6 inches, a lot of osteoporosis, a lot of bad teeth, etc.
Well, you can look up modern hunter-gatherers like the Hadza. They have absolutely fucking wrecked teeth, and that's because
I think they're
of
doing
their
other
food
stuff now. They're
honey.
like drinking and smoking cigarettes and eating.
No,
they eat
no.
corn. Don't they
you
eat some like kind of cornbread or something now?
No, you're talking about a South American tribe. The Hadza are in Africa. They have absolutely fucked teeth, and it's because they eat so much honey. So the issue is you're not actually determining that their life expectancy had any benefit from eating meat. You actually have to do a granular analysis to see if those who ate more meat lived longer.
You can do it in modern times.
Ideal amount of meat.
The longest life expectancy of any country right now is Hong Kong. Well, I don't know if it's considered a country anymore, but the longest life expectancy is Hong Kong, and they eat more meat than any other country.
Yeah,
on Earth.
that's a recent change that happened in the last 20 years.
And then the most vegetarian by percentage country is India, and they have one of the lowest life expectancy.
Yeah,
that's bottom 30 or
so that's because they eat an absolute ridiculous fuck ton of dairy, particularly processed dairy, so butter and ghee. They eat very high amounts of cholesterol, and they also
French
have
eat a very high amount of dairy and cholesterol and butter.
Sorry?
The French eat a high amount of cholesterol, butter.
Yeah, and they have
dairy.
higher heart disease rates.
No, they have lower heart disease rates.
No, they don't.
It's called the French paradox.
No. So the French
There's the French paradox and the Israeli paradox.
No, so the French paradox is a myth. What happened is they looked at data across the entire country rather than looking at data that's more granular. And what they found was across the entire region, there was a disproportionate amount of consumption of saturated fat, particularly coming from butter, and a lower than expected mortality rate, but it was still higher than other countries like Japan that had very low saturated fat consumptions. The reason for that is the French also eat a lot of vegetables, which also helps to lower cholesterol and protect against heart disease. But when you actually look at a granular data set and look at French people that are consuming higher amounts of saturated fat, they have higher rates of heart disease. I can't remember what it might have been, Finland or Switzerland, some European country. They had disproportionately high rates of heart disease. They had very high saturated fat consumption, but they actually had disproportionately high rates of heart disease, and that was because of their low vegetable consumption.
See, I was right. So the Hadza, they started eating maize, which is corn, and millet, cereal grains.
Yeah, that doesn't cause heart disease.
No. You were talking about their teeth are fucked up because they eat so much honey. Honey is actually good for your oral microbiome.
No, honey will absolutely ruin your fucking teeth. By the way, put your money where your mouth is. Don't brush your teeth and eat a ton of honey. Watch your teeth dissolve away. So they've had fucked teeth for a very long time, and it's primarily because of their honey consumption.
There's a book called Nutrition and Physical Degeneration. You probably heard of it, right?
Not heard of that book.
Really? Okay. This is a very big thing in the the carnivore community. I'm not part of the carnivore community, but it's they look at this guy, Weston A. Price. He was a dentist, and he was like, toward the end of his dentist career, he was like, why the fuck are people's teeth so messed up? It's an evolutionary mismatch because we're eating foods now that we didn't evolve to eat. So he went out and he found tribes in South America and Africa. He also went to isolated communities in Scotland and Switzerland, and he would look at their teeth, and he noticed that like the people that weren't eating the modern white man's food, that their teeth were straight, they had wide dental arches, and their faces were just better shaped. And then he would go to those, those places where they started eating the modern foods or just modern society, and notice all sorts of teeth crowding and need for braces and need for all these type of things, because there's an evolutionary mismatch in the way that their jaws were supposed to be forming.
So I'm familiar with Weston A. Price's research. So for one thing, that was only a hypothesis. He never actually proved that hypothesis with any of his research. He just made environmental observations. And
so what do you take from that observation?
Well, it could be a genetic thing. People who are eating those foods, they may just have genetic differences.
He would take the same tribes, one that, this tribe is right here, another tribe is right next door, that, they're very closely related ethnically.
Yeah, so if you go to Africa, you can find tribes that are very close together geographically, but they have massive genetic differences. If you look at the,
I'm saying,
I haven't read the whole book. Wait, let me finish. Just because you can find tribes people that are very close together, that doesn't mean they actually don't have vast genetic differences. This is a huge problem still to this day in Africa. You have tribes that are very close together, but they differ quite differently genetically. You can look at the the Tutsis and the Hoodoos or something? They lived very close together, like only a few kilometers apart. But I think it was the Tutsis. They were smaller, like shorter people, darker skin. And the other tribe was taller, lighter skinned, and they committed a genocide against each other. A lot of these tribes that are actually close together, they don't actually intermingle much, and you can get a fair bit of genetic differentiation. So that can explain the differences.
But I don't think human teeth are that different. One of the arguments for me that makes a lot of sense is
he was looking primarily at about with dental crowding, not necessarily dental caries. And again, there's a lot of debate on this issue. It's not really well researched. There could be something about certain foods that cause dental crowding, but this is probably a multi-generational thing. I know there's some studies in rats. There's no studies in humans. Who knows? But the issue is he had a hypothesis. None of the research he conducted actually proved his hypothesis. All he did was look at environmental observations and said, that's neat. These people eat this way, they have more dental crowding. These people eat this way, they have less dental crowding, larger mouths, bigger jaws, what have you. He could not actually demonstrate a mechanism for why that was the case. He couldn't demonstrate that this was causally linked. All he did was conduct a survey. So it doesn't really say much. And yeah, like that's that. What you need are large prospective cohorts or randomized trials to actually have the statistical ability to see if there is a correlation between an exposure and an outcome with a high degree of confidence that the link is causal. So just going around and looking at tribes and saying, oh, that's neat, they eat this way, they have fucked up teeth, they eat that way, and they don't have fucked up teeth, that's not actually demonstrating that there's any causal link here.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And by the way, this is only teeth. Like you could, in theory, have a diet that's terrible for your teeth, but it's great for your heart health. It helps you live longer, but it fucks up your teeth. Or vice versa. You could have a diet that's great for your teeth, but fucks up your heart.
Why would it? It doesn't make sense to me that you would the diet that you are adapted to eat would destroy your ability to eat.
Well, people don't need to live very long. You only really need to live until your teens and maybe a little after that. But by the time you're in your teens, you can have viable offspring. You can have kids. You might have to raise them for a few years. Then after that, you can die. it's not necessarily useful for survival to live to 80, 90, 100 years old. So if you have populations of people that are only really living to 40, 50, 60, maybe 70, if they're really lucky, yeah, they can have fucked up teeth by the time they get to that age, and they may not
curious
make
your take
any...
on this. Like, you know, Brian Johnson, the longevity guy. So I've heard from different vegans too that they think that while eating, like, let's say like a hunter-gatherer style diet, however you want to call it, like just meat, honey, fruit, if you eat that, it probably is best for your hormones and probably best for reproduction, but it's probably not best for longevity. So they eat vegan because of the ethical reasons before they're done with the reproductive phase of their life. But do you have some thoughts on that? Like that maybe the hunter-gatherer diet is probably best for your hormones, probably best for optimizing reproduction. And then once you have kids, then you switch to veganism for longevity.
Yeah, so in terms of bioavailable androgens, testosterone, there's no link between meat eating, saturated fat, cholesterol, and free bioavailable testosterone. The largest study on the subject actually found that vegans on average had higher total testosterone and free testosterone. It's just that the results weren't statistically significant. So although vegans did on average have higher testosterone, it wasn't a statistically significant difference. There's no relationship between meat eating, serum cholesterol levels, and bioavailable androgens. I also haven't seen any compelling research indicating that vegans are less successful with reproduction. There's some studies showing that vegans have lower sperm motility and lower sperm concentration.
What about for females that lose their periods?
They're just not eating properly. Simple as that.
So that
has nothing to do with vegan diet.
This argument is why veganism and carnivore both to me don't make sense. And it's that you're saying this is the optimal for the human body, but you have to be following all these rules. Same thing with carnivore. The problems with carnivore is,
well, yeah, if you want to be healthy, you have to avoid certain
let me finish
foods.
My point.
You have to exercise.
The carnivore
you can't just eat whatever you want. Putting pepperoni on your pizza isn't going to make you healthy. So I don't know what you mean. Like, yeah, eating healthy and ideal diet might be kind of hard. You might have to exclude certain foods. You might have to make sure that you include certain foods. But, you know, this idea that, oh, it's so hard to follow a vegan diet. It's not. As long as
every time someone leaves the vegan diet because of health reasons, which is the number one reason people leave the vegan diet, people say they weren't doing it right. And it's very similar in the carnivore community. They go, you just weren't eating enough fat. Oh, you needed to have more salt because your body can't hold on to electrolytes.
Yeah.
The problems with carnivore is your body doesn't hold on to electrolytes well, slow gut motility, and then, you know, there's some other things I forget. But the same thing for vegan diet. It's like 52% of vegans are deficient in vitamin B12. They need to take, you know, their lower vitamin D levels, lower omega-3 levels.
That's not true. Yeah, so vegans actually have higher vitamin D on average. That was found in the Adventist Health Study too, and that was primarily due to vegans getting more outdoor activity compared to meat eaters. As far as B12, yes, if you look at research that was conducted in the 70s and 80s, vegans had lower B12 levels. But if you look at any study from even the mid-2000s, vegans have about the same rate of B12.
Serum concentrations of B12 and folate in British male omnivores, vegetarians, and vegans. 52% of vegans were deficient in vitamin B12.
Yeah, that might be a unique population they were studying. I don't know if that was that from the Oxford vegetarian cohort?
I'm posting it in the chat.
Yeah, this was from the Oxford vegetarian cohort. So this cohort began, I think, in the 1980s. This is a cohort that's been going on for close to 30 years. So they may be looking at a unique population of vegans who aren't supplementing. If you look at any study that's tracking vegans that are supplementing B12, B12 deficiency rates are about the same.
The other thing is DHA. So vegans have lower rates of, or lower concentrations of DHA.
Yeah. So you typically
and that's important
get
for brain
EPA
health,
DHA.
cognitive function.
Well, again, vegans don't have higher rates of dementia, Alzheimer's. So I don't think it's of particular concern. And you can take an algae-based DHA supplement. So if you're really
vegans also have a
that,
higher rate of strokes.
They don't.
So.
Yeah, they don't. You're getting that from the Epic Oxford study. So if you actually look at the data, omnivores had the most strokes. They only found a higher rate of strokes in vegans and vegetarians after they made adjustments. And some of those adjustments were risk factors that are directly related to strokes. So they adjusted for things like cholesterol, which is a direct risk factor for stroke. So if you look at the total amount of strokes in the vegetarian, vegan, and omnivore group, the omnivores actually had higher rates of stroke.
And then to go even further...
I've been vegan for 15 years. Somebody was asking that.
Yeah, this guy's been spamming the chat. And to go even further, there's these, I don't know if this is a case report or not, severe nutritional vitamin deficiency in a breastfed infant of a vegan mother. So...
yeah, that happens.
Another one. Several authors have described
I can find you. Yeah, so dude, I can find you case reports of kids dying from hypervitaminosis A from eating fish liver. I can find you case reports of kids going blind because they eat nothing but chicken nuggets and they weren't getting any vitamin A. So yeah, you can find case reports of people feeding their kids stupid shit and not taking care of their kids properly. It has nothing to do with an appropriately planned vegan diet. You can find parents that kill their kids because they're feeding them some dumbass diet.
This point for me is compelling for me, which is while people become vegan for ethical reasons, the number one vector for veganism is basically people see a documentary, they go, holy fuck, I never knew about this. Everything changes now. They switch to the vegan diet. The number one reason why people go vegan is for ethical reasons. The number one reason why people leave the vegan diet is for health reasons. So how could a diet that is optimal for human beings be so difficult to get right? And is the number one reason for people leaving is that their health is bad?
Yeah, so for one thing, there's no vegan diet. So somebody could go online, search vegan diet, and get really poor advice. You can find raw vegan fruitarians that eat nothing but fruit. I've encountered people who said they got health issues on a vegan diet. I asked them what they were eating. Well, the guy was eating nothing but pineapples. Yeah, you probably would get health issues if you eat nothing but pineapples. Same as Americans who have a ton of fucking health issues eating a standard American diet. So there are people who leave the standard American diet because of health issues, and they leave it by getting heart attacks, diabetes, strokes, cancer. So I don't see a disadvantage with a vegan diet. If you're not an idiot and you appropriately plan the diet, you can be fit and healthy like me and strong. And if you follow a standard American diet where you eat, pizzas all the time and burgers, yeah, you become a morbidly obese fat fuck who dies of a heart attack.
So would you say that it is more complex to be healthy on a vegan diet and it requires more planning?
No. So there are thousands of varieties of edible plant foods, and it is very easy to get adequate nutrition on a vegan diet. If you eat nothing but potatoes, you will get most of your nutrition. Women in particular might need to supplement with iron or eat some high iron foods along with the potatoes because they menstruate, they require more iron. But most of your nutritional needs are going to be found just from eating potatoes. So it's very simple. There are very nutrient-dense plant foods like beans, lentils, tofu, legumes, nuts, seeds, potatoes, sweet potatoes, green leafy vegetables. So if you just eat a mix of foods, it's very easy to get enough nutrition.
Yeah,
and
potatoes don't have vitamin B12.
Yeah, you'd still have to supplement. But again, most people are taking a multivitamin.
And doesn't that go to my point that it's not the optimal diet? Like any diet that requires supplementation is not the optimal diet.
Pretty much every diet is going to require supplementation of some form, and it's also going to be there's going to be cultural factors at play. So the most common vitamin deficiency in the United States is vitamin D deficiency, and it's because there are very few food sources of vitamin D. You would have to eat basically like 3 or 4 salmon fillets to get an adequate supply of vitamin D, which most people aren't going to do because that's a bit ridiculous. So I think the rate of vitamin D deficiency in the United States is 84%, and it's particularly high with darker skinned individuals. So Black people and Hispanics are at a higher risk, but I think roughly 30% of Caucasians are vitamin D deficient. So the U.S. population would certainly benefit from vitamin D supplementation.
So how many IUs are you basing that on? Because the adequate amount says 600 to 800 IUs a day, and that you can get with a 3-ounce salmon fillet or 1 large egg yolk.
That's wrong.
Sorry.
It's 2,000 IUs, I believe. That's the recommended. I believe it's 2,000. That's the recommended daily intake.
Okay. Yeah, but vitamin D is one of those nutrients you should get from the sun. That's just why I recommend people, if you're in a place where you can get sun, you should be getting sun every day.
It's a good way to get skin cancer and get rapid skin aging.
Not if the UV index is 3 or below.
You produce vitamin D from UV radiation. So you're going to have to be in the sun for a longer period of time to get adequate amounts of vitamin D, which will cause more skin aging and degeneration and higher risk of skin cancer. We evolved outside,
so
we evolved outside, and the skin is still bad. The sun is still bad for you. That's why Black people exist. So they evolved outside where the sun is very bright, and they actually developed high amounts of melanin in their skin, so they didn't get skin cancer, or their skin literally starts rotting off because of the amount of
if the sun was so maladaptive, why would it feel good to get sun? Why would your mental clarity go up when you get sun?
Well, I guess McDonald's is good for you then because it feels so good to eat a Big Mac and a McFlurry.
Those are a Big Mac is not that's a false analogy because that's not a naturally occurring thing. You're eating like hyper fucking optimized fat.
I don't know what you mean by natural. I'm sure there's plenty of natural things that can feel great that aren't
the sun has been there for the entire evolution of life on Earth.
Poison dart frogs are natural. If you lick a poison dart frog, you're gonna have a crazy hallucination.
Maybe the word I'm saying is adaptive. Why would the sun feel good? Why would we have a biological wiring to feel good in the sun, to get a sweet spot of sun exposure? Getting too much sun feels horrible. So
there may be a benefit with getting vitamin D from the sun, and maybe some of the feel-good feelings that we get from being exposed to the sun has something to do with some evolutionary drive to get sun exposure. That doesn't mean the sun is an ideal way to get vitamin D if it causes skin cancer and skin damage. So if you can get vitamin D from a supplement, that seems ideal over getting sun damage, your skin aging much faster, and having higher risk of skin cancer. So a diet that includes supplementation is not necessarily a bad diet just because it requires a supplement. Again, most Americans are going to require a vitamin D supplement. And if you live up north, half the year, you're not really going to get much sun exposure at all because it's fucking cold. And you have to wear a coat.
That goes to my point as well. Why did people, as they moved further north, lose their melanin content of their skin so that they could get more vitamin D from the sun?
Yeah, that is an adaptation to get more vitamin D from the sun. That does not make UV radiation good for you. It's ionizing radiation. It damages protein bonds in the cell and causes skin cancer. So you can have the best of both worlds You can avoid skin cancer, you can avoid skin aging, wrinkles, and you can get vitamin D by avoiding sun exposure, using sunscreen, and taking a vitamin D supplement. Sounds like a win-win to me.
The only counter argument there would then be, because I'd more or less agree, as long as you're getting your vitamin D in, that's fine. The problem is, I think vitamin D from a supplement is cholecalciferol sulfate, and the one from the sun is different. It's cholecalciferol, something like this. And one's water soluble, one's fat soluble, and they have a little bit of different in the body.
No, they're all fat soluble. All forms of vitamin D are fat soluble. Cholecalciferol. I don't know how to pronounce it. Cholecalciferol or whatever. It's produced by the cholesterol. Well, it's not exactly cholesterol. It's produced by 7-dehydrocholesterol, which is a precursor to fully formed cholesterol, and it turns into cholecalciferol from UV radiation exposure. It's the same thing that you'd get in a vitamin D3 supplement. Vitamin D2 is slightly different, but it's still fat soluble, and it's still just as good for increasing vitamin D levels. But moving from health, I'd like to talk about ethics for a bit and how you would justify killing and eating animals. So from my perspective, animal rights is a logical extension of human rights. So you're going to have to demonstrate a dissimilarity between humans and animals that would justify taking away rights from animals but granting human rights. So you would have to name the trait that's lacking in animals that, if lacking in a human being, would justify killing and eating a human being.
Yeah, the only trait that has been used in like debates on this that kind of works is moral status. I have to find it. Yeah, so moral status. This is kind of deep. My take is that I kind of buy the argument that, because what I eat, I'll tell you my whole diet right now. I basically eat mostly ground beef for like my protein source. I eat eggs. I eat what else? Salmon.
That's
occasionally.
All terrible for you.
In your opinion?
No, it's not my opinion. It's just bad for you. It's based on research.
Okay. That's what I eat. I also add fruit to it, and then that's pretty much it. I eat some macadamia nuts and some Greek yogurt. I'm curious your ethical take on, let's say, eggs. Let's say hypothetically you had your own house, you had a backyard where you had a space.
Okay, you're avoiding the question I asked.
You're protecting chickens. They get protection, they get food, they get shelter, and then you get an occasional egg. How is that an unethical perspective?
Well, I can answer that in a bit, but you're kind of avoiding the question I asked you. So what do you mean by moral status?
So yeah, moral status refers to an individual worthy of moral consideration and moral rights. Humans have moral status because they can objectively analyze actions to determine what is and what should be right or wrong, moral or immoral, thus indicating self-government and therefore rights. Animals do not have moral status because they function amorally.
What's right or wrong?
Huh?
How do you objectively assess what's right or wrong?
In this sense, this is from a debate I had like 12 years ago, but by using the Kantian moral imperative. I mean, you can
because I'm a moral anti-realist. I don't think there's any objective moral statements. They're purely based on preferences, which means they're dependent of a mind, so they're subjective. So by definition, a human being can't objectively assess morality.
Well, one way you could objectively assess it is by, in this case, I'm using Kant's ethics, which is universalization. So if we universalize this, does it result in society flourishing or society?
Yeah, but how do you determine that's objectively good or bad?
Because you can just sit down on a piece of paper and say, if I universalize this to every single person on Earth, would it result in society and the world flourishing, or the world,
Yeah, so that has nothing to do with that moral principle being objectively good or bad. You can prove something's universally true, like doing X benefits the most amount of people, but that's only a statement about whether it's true or not. It's not a statement about whether it's right or not.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, what are the other ones? So there's the consequentialist thing, consequentialist ethics.
Whether you're a
the one that makes the
consequentialist or a
most logical sense to me
deontologist.
is actually the was it the emotivism? You know what I'm talking about?
No. What do you mean by emotivism?
Emotivist ethics. I'll give you the. So it's a meta-ethical theory that suggests that moral statements do not express objective facts, but rather convey the speaker's emotions, attitudes, or feelings. I'm just entertaining this argument from the point of view of like animals are not capable of holding rights because of the moral status component of this. But I don't know.
So
I
it
guess
sounds like you're talking about moral agency.
So moral status, I think, is somewhat different. There's because the role when I had him pro in this debate, I had to argue both sides. Pro, I said that, I think I said that animals are capable of moral agency because they do moral acts, like monkeys will save each other. They do many of the same kind of social actions that we do.
Yeah. So let's say there was a human being that lacked this moral status you're talking about. Would you be in favor of killing and eating that human being?
No.
So then that's a contradiction because you're stating that it's both true and not true
bias.
that moral status.
I would definitely be speciesist for sure.
Yeah, but if you're going to claim the differentiating trait that justifies killing animals is lack of moral status, then if a human being had a lack of moral status, you would have to support the idea of killing and eating the human being that lacked moral status. So if you say that is not true, then that's a contradiction.
I don't really identify with this debate. I'd say my personal take is that I value my health more than I value the life of another animal.
Well, I got good news for you because eating tons of red meat and eggs is not great for your health.
So one of the problems with that is I have Hashimoto's. So most things that I can eat are going to cause me to have an autoimmune reaction. So the only things that don't really fuck with me are meat, eggs, seafood, and like fruit. It's pretty much the main things I eat.
Okay, well, you could eat mostly fruit, and then have you tried plant-based protein powders like soy or pea isolate?
Yeah, so I was vegetarian for 18 years.
Okay, well, if you could do it for 18 years, why can't you just replace some of those dairy products with plant foods?
I think that they're less bioavailable, and I just feel better on the alternative.
Well, what do you mean by bioavailable? Like what?
So this is what I was getting at before with the complexity. Like if you look at the amino acids in different foods, you can obviously, I never argued once that you can't be sufficiently healthy on a vegan diet with supplementation. I just think that it's more complex, and because it's more complex for most people, they're going to be malnourished. So example, the amino acids is like corn will give you some amino acids. Then, wheat will give you other amino acids, and millet will give you other amino acids and different variations. Whereas when you get the amino acids found in animal foods are much more balanced, and you don't have to think as much. So like I could literally just eat a block of ground beef and like a banana, and I'm like GG for the day.
Yeah. So every plant food has every essential amino acid. They may have it in different ratios, but they have every essential amino acid. So it's not really possible to be amino acid deficient on a vegan diet, assuming you're getting an adequate calorie intake. It's nearly impossible. The only food that doesn't actually have every essential amino acid is gelatin. It's missing tryptophan. So you can get an adequate amount of protein on a vegan diet. Oh my God, there's my cat. And on top of that, the difference in bioavailability is very small. So if you look at true ileal digestibility for most plant foods, it's only a difference of a few percent.
Have you seen that? Do you know what you know who would be a really good debate partner for you? I'm obviously a dating coach. This is way outside my wheelhouse, but the that guy, What I've Learned, do you know that channel?
Yeah, he's a cowardly, lying pussy. I've challenged him to a debate multiple times, and he's tried to just ignore me. I also have a doctor friend who is very knowledgeable about nutrition, and he also tried to reach out to him. And after he saw his social media, he got scared and made up some stupid excuse that he's not willing to debate him because he was a little too mean on Twitter. So he won't debate me. He won't debate anybody who has any fucking clue of what they're talking about, because he's a lying fucking coward who posts nothing but stupid, nonsensical misinformation on his piece of shit YouTube channel. Yeah, what I've learned is a complete.
I was going to say that idea that I
fried.
just said to you was from his take, where it was basically like he outlined the amount of amino acids in different foods and how like I think this one was like lentils or something.
So
that doesn't have sufficient leucine.
Yeah, cool. So this guy is like 170 pounds and is built like a daffodil. I'm twice his fucking size. I can bench 410 pounds. I've challenged him. Put up your numbers. Let's see your lifts. Won't do it.
I think he cut out for a second.
So this guy is a pathetic fucking weakling. He's weaker than most vegan fitness YouTubers. And here he is saying, oh, you can't get enough protein on a vegan diet. So is he on a vegan diet? Is that why he's so weak and small?
Might be a combination of his genetics. But yeah, I would never make the argument that you can't get sufficient protein. I just think it's more difficult to. Although, I mean, what you would be suggesting is just eat tons of pea protein, which is, I think that's the most bioavailable.
Well, so
is pea protein more bioavailable than soy protein?
It's roughly the same. It's like maybe 2, 3, 4% difference. If you look at any randomized trial that directly assesses body composition and strength changes, pea protein, rice protein, soy protein versus whey protein, there's no difference. So,
I have another idea for you. So this is brought up by the guy, who's that fucking atheist debater guy? Alex O'Connor. He says that
diarrhea
if you're
boy.
a vegan, he said if you're a vegan bodybuilder, you're not making a good. You can't use the ethical arguments for veganism because you're eating excess calories that you don't need to get more jacked. Whereas, like I think you would obviously say like the least environmentally damaging thing you could do is basically just not exist unless you're doing things that are better for the environment. You're doing environmental causes, because ultimately you are taking resources out of the earth. Something has to die. You're displacing some species, etc. So what's your take on that argument?
With that? Yeah, so I don't see a problem with that. Nature is extraordinarily cruel. Animals rip each other apart when they're still alive. You can look at horrible videos of wolves or lions catching a deer or a gazelle, and they are ripping their living guts out while they're still screaming.
Yep.
So the idea of replacing natural wildlife with human habitation sounds like a good idea to me, because that's fewer animals that are killing and ripping each other apart.
No, the argument I would say is, have you read the book, the Vegetarian Myth? It's basically
by Leah Keith. Yeah, she's another fucking just delusional moron. I haven't read her book, but she's just a lying idiot.
But what would your take be on that? Because basically, I mean, the argument makes sense. If you have just cows grazing, a fucking wolf that's I guess not a wolf. That would be the exception. Let's say a turtle wandering around, or a butterfly, or these things, it doesn't impact the crops. However, if you're growing if you're growing what's it called? Sorry, if you're raising cattle and you have a turtle or a butterfly or a bird, it's not fucking up the growing of that cattle. However, when you have, let's say, a field of corn, you need to essentially have no other insects there. So you have to have insecticide, herbicides to get rid of all the other, plants. And then there's downstream effects where the there's a mouse running on the field that eats something, it gets poisoned, it dies, a bird eats the thing, and then it's this chain up the food chain of destruction.
Yeah, so again, if you have a problem with that, then you should switch to a vegan diet, because less of that happens on a vegan diet. The whole reason we need to have so much crop production is because we raise livestock.
But why would you not just say go regenerative agriculture or raise your own chickens in your backyard?
Yeah, I don't know how that would reduce animal suffering. So you're telling me to brutally murder animals by slitting their throat open and then then grow corn and soy and other plant foods? Like, why wouldn't I just grow the plant foods?
For several reasons. One, if these statistics are true, then just eating a cow would result in fewer deaths. So it's a less harm argument.
No. Yeah, I don't see how that would be the case. So for one thing, I have not seen any data indicating that there are more insect deaths on a square mile of cornfield versus a square mile of, I don't know, wilderness or grassland. Insects do not live very long. Insects usually eat other insects or other animals. So I've seen no indication that that would reduce insect deaths. And crop production is so ridiculously efficient in terms of producing nutrition. The amount of deaths that occur in an entire cornfield would be minuscule, to a point where you'd end up killing more animals by just raising animals and killing them for meat versus just getting all your nutrition from agriculture.
So it's interesting because you bypass the argument that a lot of people struggle with, which is by essentially displacing an entire ecosystem that was there beforehand, you view as a good thing. Whereas most people would say displacing an entire ecosystem would be a bad thing.
Yeah, I would say in many cases, probably most cases, displacing ecosystems is a good thing. I don't like the idea of animals, killing and eating each other. Like, again, there's far less suffering within a square mile of human habitation. Even within a city like Chicago, where there's a lot of shootings, way more animals are killing each other, ripping each other's guts open, brutally murdering each other on a daily basis. So I would rather have human habitation in a square mile of land than natural wildlife where animals are just ripping each other's throats open.
That is an interesting opinion. What else? Oh, I was looking for the thing to send to you. I could just send you this whole page. I was gonna send you the document. Check the YouTube channel associated with this. Worst case scenario, you can make like a response video or something.
Oh, I think I've seen this.
So this chick put like all the data that's like available from, for example, ocean dead zones from Stanford, Carleton, these research, mice plagues. What else? Deaths from habitat disruption.
The mouse plagues. Yeah, so mouse plagues are unique to Australia, and they also affect animal agriculture. So they poison these mice to protect, cows, chickens, sheeps, stuff like that. So it's not just plant agriculture that they poison these mice. Also, I believe she's referencing, I think his name was Stephen Davies or William Davies. I'm not great with remembering names, but he actually made a huge miscalculation. Far fewer mice actually die than he calculated. It's by a magnitude of like 10.
So your thing is almost more of a values thing, because if you take your argument of like, it's good that we're replacing the natural ecosystem with humanity because that creates less suffering. If you take that to its extreme, that essentially all animals except for humans would be wiped out.
No, not necessarily all animals. So it would certainly be carnivorous animals, ideally. If you could Just
But
save.
you have a carnivorous animal
herbivorous
in your
animals.
house.
No, he eats a vegan diet. Hey, Gum Gum. His name is Gummy.
So, but cats are obligate carnivores. Dogs are.
Yeah, and you can feed him a
pretty-
vegan diet.
You don't see any health consequences of feeding your cat a vegan diet.
There's no evidence that vegan cats have a greater risk of health issues. In fact, all the research that's come out actually shows they have a slight reduced risk for health issues, and they live about as long. It's actually pretty controversial. It got a lot of mainstream media press. I think there was a follow-up analysis where they re-examined the data, and they found a slightly reduced benefit for the vegan diet. So the initial survey they conducted showed a much greater benefit of a vegan diet for cats. The second analysis they showed a reduced benefit, but they still found a slight benefit for vegan diets.
So you do
for cats.
supplement her diet with taurine, vitamin A?
Him. Do not misgender my cat. He does not appreciate
Oh God, and you're
that.
Canadian, dude. I could go to jail for that.
Yeah.
Taurine, vitamin B12, vitamin A.
Yeah,
Are you supplementing your diet?
Yeah, so all cat foods have taurine, B12 added to it, and that includes vegan cat foods.
Interesting. Okay, well, yeah, because that's the thing. It's like I've never been one to argue that you can't get the sufficient nutrients on a vegan diet. It's just that you have to supplement and you have to be more careful and plan for it.
Well, look, dude, there's a lot of people across the entire world, but particularly in the US, who do not supplement, they do not plan their diet, and they're all out of shape fat fucks who are going to die an early death of heart disease or diabetes or something. So clearly there's a benefit to thinking carefully about what you're eating. And I think if more people thought carefully about what they ate, they'd be a lot healthier. So I see that as a benefit to having to carefully plan your diet as opposed to a negative. I don't think people should be eating macaroni and cheese and pizza and thinking they're going to be, perfectly healthy. So yeah, you might want to consider what foods you're eating, in what quantities, what macronutrients you're getting, what micronutrients you're getting. You're probably going to be healthier in general. And again, on average, vegans are healthier. They have lower risk of chronic disease. And according to some studies like the Adventist Health Study 2 and the Oxford Vegetarian Cohort, vegans do have a reduced risk of all-cause mortality.
But isn't that epidemiology too?
Yeah, epidemiology is very good. There's very high concordance between results of epidemiological studies and randomized trials.
So what I've heard is that without controlling for healthy and unhealthy user bias, the results aren't that you can't really draw causation that much.
So
because vegans are probably more likely to have other healthy behaviors. They're probably more likely to exercise.
So that's not what healthy user bias is. Healthy user bias is going to affect every arm in a study. So people who deliberately sign up for these studies, they tend to be healthier on average. So that would affect the control group, which would be the meat eaters. That would affect vegetarians. That would affect vegans. So you're misunderstanding what healthy user bias is. Healthy user bias is it affects the entire study population that knows they're a part of a population study. And again, you can look at any of these studies. They control for a variety of factors that includes healthy eating patterns, how much vegetables and stuff they consume, exercise, alcohol, cigarette smoking, socioeconomic status, all these factors.
So I like to think about things in a more well-rounded perspective. So from my perspective, the way I see things is like when it might be confirmation bias too. I like to see it from different perspectives. So one would be the evolutionary perspective. Prior to 2.5 million years ago, human beings, there weren't even human beings, but we were largely frugivores, eating a lot of different types of fruits and some nuts. After that point, there have been several changes in gut morphology that that show that we have adapted to eat meat. So,
No.
and it's even one of the main reasons why we were able to, the expensive tissue hypothesis. We decreased part of our guts when we started eating more meat when we were scavengers. And then it allowed us to decrease our gut so that our brains could become bigger. You can't just have like extra tissue for no reason.
Yeah. So Richard Wrangham, the Harvard primatologist and biologist, he's actually argued that cooking is what caused those changes, not meat eating specifically.
Cooking actually happened, 500,000 or a million years ago, whereas the changes started prior to that.
Okay. I don't know if you have any evidence for that, and there's many human populations that live in different areas of the world that are going to have different accesses to different foods during different seasons. So, assuming that all
argument
of
that would be
humanity
made is that we didn't leave the populations that left Africa were much later, causing like millions of years of our evolution to essentially be in one place, just one general area where fruit was available year round and where there were large animals,
Well, look,
roaming.
the problem is this is just a hypothesis, and you don't really have any real way of experimenting to see if there's a causal relationship between meat eating and better health outcomes. So,
one that you can use as evidence is that there's never been a vegan society. There's the exception of India. With the exception of India and like some other small things, there's never really been a vegetarian society.
They're not a vegan society. A lot of them are vegetarian. I don't even.
Yeah, some
60% maybe are vegetarian.
Some eat mutton, like sheep.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere. I think it's like 40 or 60% are vegetarian, but I don't see why that matters. If you went back 100 years ago, nobody knew what antibiotics were, but nobody's disputing the benefits of antibiotics. So just because we've been doing something for a long period of time, it doesn't mean it's actually beneficial for us versus some other way of living.
I think it might not be the strongest evidence, but I think the fact that humans exist in every part of the world and essentially they are all eating meat is evidence for that. And it's not like they just started, it's for millions of years. I'm curious what your take is on this one, the vegan biologist. The literal title of this is humans are not herbivores.
I don't know why any of this matters. Like, look, this is not evidence that a meat-based diet is better. If you want to provide evidence that a meat-based diet or a diet that includes animal products is better, you're going to have to show that by having some kind of study that looks at correlations between exposures and outcomes.
Yeah, I think there's some studies that are being done now,
the environmental observation that most human societies eat meat, that doesn't actually show you that meat is good for you. At one point, most human societies smoked cigarettes. Does that mean cigarettes are good for you?
Yeah, the way you could get a little bit more granular is showing by country. But then again, there's so many other factors that it's kind of hard to prove. But like if eating meat were bad for you, that would mean that the countries that ate the most meat would have lower life expectancies and they would have more health issues. Whereas that's
not necessarily. If you control for socioeconomic status or GDP per capita and healthcare expenditures, you might be able to find that. But
then you couldn't argue that meat was so bad that it would take down the life expectancy. If the average life expectancy of Hong Kong is like 84, so wouldn't that mean that if they ate the most meat, their number one meat consumption in the world, wouldn't they have wouldn't there be some downside?
Yeah, so that was a fairly recent dietary change that happened in roughly the last 20 years. Historically, they've mostly eaten a plant-based diet with very little meat. So these sorts of diseases that are chronic, like heart disease, diabetes, cancer, they take decades to develop. So you're not necessarily going to see this population become very sick within, just a very short period of time immediately after adopting this dietary change. And the longest living population that's actually been formally studied is the Californian Adventist vegetarians. The stat that you're getting that Hong Kong has the highest life expectancy, that's just based on census data, which isn't necessarily accurate. When you get into the age range of people who are like 80 and over, these are people who don't necessarily have a birth certificate, and they had to later get documentation about their age. So they may be totally off when it comes to their actual age. And there's a lot of people that also scam some of these social programs. So if they have an equivalent of Social Security, there's going to be people who die. Then they won't report their deaths so that their kids can still get their Social Security benefits.
So would your take be that it doesn't sound like health is that much of a strong point for you, and you could pretty much be healthy if you're eating meat or not?
Well, you can certainly be healthy if you're eating meat, but diets that are high in meat are certainly less healthy than plant-based diets that are appropriately planned. So again, meat, especially red meat consumption, and particularly processed red meat, it is associated with heart disease, diabetes, cancer. It also contains no fiber, no antioxidants, and we know fiber and antioxidant-rich foods do protect against diabetes, heart disease, and cancer. So if you're displacing a lot of really beneficial plant foods with red meat, high in saturated fat, and like other animal foods like eggs or dairy, butter, cheese, yeah, you're going to have a higher likelihood of developing heart issues or health issues.
The most common counter argument I hear to this is that the studies that show that when people eat more red meat, they don't take into account the fact of what they're eating it with. Most of the time, it's like this is the red meat they're talking about is like a hamburger that has like this American processed cheese on top, like some GMO shitty, atrazine, vegetables. Then there's like the fucking bun that has like 10 and 15 ingredients in it. And then they're eating that with a side of French fries cooked in seed oils and like
so they do,
and then drinking with a soda. That's just like liquid sugar.
Yeah, so they do account for this. You can actually directly contact some of these researchers if you want. There was a really
I'm not so interested in it.
Yeah, so there was a really good study published by Harvard. It was based on the nurses' health study and the health professionals' follow-up study. They were using the same cohort. They found red meat consumption was highly correlated with type 2 diabetes. That was a big finding from the study. And they account for this when they ask people to fill out nutrition forms. So they know what people are eating, and they know people are eating something like
one
steaks,
way I've heard they ask is they just
to
go, what foods have you been eating like the past year or something? Are you saying that they're asking them to notate every day what they're eating?
No, so usually what they do these days is every week or every 2 weeks, they'll fill out a nutrition form, and they're quite robust. They will categorize foods based on level of processing or type of food, like fast food versus homemade food versus like gourmet food from a restaurant. They know about these problems with nutrition surveys. So they're not just asking people, how much red meat did you eat this past week? They're asking specifically, where did you eat the red meat? What type of red meat was it? Was it from a restaurant? Was it homemade? Was it from a fast food joint? And they're able to determine what level of processing it was, what type of portion size, and what other foods they're eating in combination.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious for you specifically. What oils do you use when you cook with, or do you use no oil?
Yeah, avocado oil is my go-to cooking oil.
So have you looked into what's like a seaweed oil or something? You know what I'm talking about?
I've never heard of seaweed oil.
Oh, man, what the fuck is it? Kelp
Do you
oil
mean
or something?
canola oil?
No, never mind. But because the problem with they say with avocado oil is that a lot of it's oxidized by the time it gets to you.
All of your food becomes oxidized. That's how you digest food.
Yeah, but what is it called? Peroxidation. It's higher on the peroxidation index.
No, it's not.
Okay. Yeah, someone had a question for you. I don't know where in the chat. What else? Yeah, this is like your wheelhouse. This is all your arguments, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is what I've been doing for the last like 10 years. It's my job. Yeah, but dude,
what would you say is the number one argument against veganism that you're like, okay, this is actually kind of strong?
I haven't really found any, honestly.
So do you believe do you believe that the default state of human beings is that they're omnivores or vegan or carnivores or what?
Well, I think humans are typically classified as opportunistic eaters, so we'll eat whatever food source we have available to us. We don't necessarily have a preference for eating purely plant-based or purely meat-based. Kind of just eat everything that's edible that, at least is palatable.
Yeah, my take would be that we are omnivores. Like we have the ability to digest plant foods and animal foods, and I think that
so do cows.
Would require both.
Cows eat meat.
Yeah, that's
so do
true.
deer. I mean, any animal can digest and eat meat.
And the one piece of evidence to back this is that the stomach pH of humans is very closely related to like the same area of pH would be like what a turkey vulture would have.
So that stomach acid pH goes down when you have no food in your system, and it will increase when you put food in your system. And depending on the type of food, your stomach acid pH will either go up or down. So it varies, and it's not really comparable to vulture. I've heard that argument before. Vultures actually have a much lower stomach acid pH when they ingest food.
This is where I got that from. This is another one, taurine synthesis. So humans have do you take taurine?
I do have energy drinks fairly regularly, and most of them contain taurine, so I do technically take a taurine supplement.
Yeah, because humans have a limited ability to synthesize taurine, so we need to eat it, and it's found exclusively in meats and fish.
Taurine's not an essential nutrient. Your body synthesizes taurine. There's research showing that taurine can have some benefits, but that's research that involves supplementation. But taurine's not an essential amino acid.
What do you think about heme iron?
Yeah, heme iron is not good for you. It bypasses your body's regulatory mechanisms for absorption, and you can very easily get too much iron if you consume heme iron. And it also seems to increase risk of cancer. And it's also being linked with heart disease and type 2 diabetes.
Well, I guess you're good at debating. You know all the arguments.
You're asking ChatGPT?
No. This is I had a debate. There was a site. I was a debater in high school, and then I helped create this debate site. And this debate site was called debate.org. And it used to be fun. This is a debate I had maybe 6 years ago. I'm just looking at it.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, look,
I guess the takeaways is you could basically be healthy no matter what the diet is. I just think that vegan diet, you have to be a little bit more careful. You have to supplement.
I mean, in theory, hypothetically, you could be healthy eating anything. Health is just a state of being. There are people who smoke cigarettes every day who are still healthy, and some of that has to do with their genes. But there are certain lifestyle and dietary habits that are correlated with worse health outcomes. And eating more animal products, particularly red meat and foods that are high in saturated fat like butter, are correlated with worse health outcomes. So yeah, you could in theory be healthy following a carnivore diet, especially if you have good genes and good overall lifestyle practices. So if you exercise a lot, keep your body weight low, have good genes that, downregulate cholesterol in your serum, but you'd probably be better off if you ate a plant-based diet.
Cool. We got a $7 question.
What do you say it's immoral for humans to participate in the ecosystem, and wouldn't hunting animals and eating them be just that? I don't know what you mean by participating in the ecosystem. I would think it's immoral for humans to kill and eat animals. That's why I'm vegan. So yeah, I consider it a rights violation. We were talking about this earlier on in the debate, where I think animal rights are just a logical extension of human rights. So I would grant animals the same rights as human beings if they were to be trade equalized. So I wouldn't be fine with killing and eating human beings, even if they were running around in a forest. So I wouldn't kill deer if they were running around in a forest.
What do you think of bivalve veganism? What Sam Harris used to do, which is like you basically eat mollusks, I think, like oysters.
Yeah, so there is an extremely low likelihood that bivalves are sentient. They don't have a brain or nervous system, and they only have nerve ganglia. So if they are sentient, I would very much doubt that they're able to experience anything like suffering or well-being. So I would say it is likely perfectly morally acceptable, at least in a vacuum, to consume bivalves. There are environmental issues with bivalve consumption, so a lot of them are wild caught, and that seems to negatively affect other animals in the ecosystem. But in a vacuum, assuming you don't have those environmental concerns, it's probably ethically fine to consume bivalves since they're not sentient.
And this is maybe one of my last questions, but so Paul Saladino, the animal.
Yeah, the lying idiot retard.
So one of his main points is that ideally you should consume foods that are highest in nutrition and lowest in anti-nutrients. So like the examples of anti-nutrients, oxalates, lectins, digestive enzyme inhibitors, and like something like beans, for example, would be very high in almost all of those. What would you say about that? Is it just you need to process it more, you need to cook it more?
No. So all of those foods you mentioned, if you look at large-scale prospective cohorts, they're correlated with better health outcomes and longevity. So people who eat more beans, they have lower risk of all-cause mortality, lower rates of heart disease, diabetes, cancer. Beans and legumes also seem to protect against osteoporosis. They, despite being, anti-nutrients, they seem to actually enhance calcium iron absorption. So people who eat more beans and legumes, they have lower risk of osteoporosis. So if he's going to make this claim, he hasn't actually provided any data that sort of dietary pattern is conducive to better health outcomes. And he looks like an emaciated crack addict. He's actually gotten smaller and has less muscle mass and looks less physically fit since he's gone on a carnivore diet. And again, here I am, vegan 15 years. I'm bigger and stronger than fucking Paul. I could literally snap him like a fucking pretzel. He is very weak for a man who claims to exercise regularly. There are literally girls online who outlift him. So if he's going to be talking about anti-nutrients and all this shit, well, what the fuck is he eating? maybe all this meat has some kind of anti-nutrient that he's not aware of, because he looks like an emaciated crack addict and girls are stronger than him.
So basically your take is that even the foods that have these anti-nutrients, that if you look at those populations, they tend to do well.
Yeah.
I guess, do you think that people should do like a food reactivity test and see what they're like they can't tolerate? Like for me, I know if I eat beans, my stomach is wrecked. If I eat like wheat, I can't breathe out of my nose. Like, so is it just about testing for what foods go well with you? Is that what you'd say?
Well, there's allergy tests. Food reactivity tests are pseudoscientific nonsense. Usually it's chiropractors or naturopaths that do that shit, and it's just pseudoscience. You can go to a doctor and get an allergy test to see if you have an actual allergy. They measure some kind of immune response if you consume certain foods like tree nuts. A lot of people are allergic to tree nuts, and then they can test to see if you're actually allergic. But food reactivity is just nonsense. A lot of people who claim they have some sort of food sensitivity, a lot of the time it's bullshit. One of the biggest bullshit ones is gluten intolerance. You can take people who claim they're gluten intolerant, put them in a randomized setting where they're given a powder that may or may not contain gluten, and they'll claim they're getting some sort of gluten allergy response when they didn't even consume gluten. So it's all in their head. So I'm not saying that certain people don't have certain food allergies or some sort of immune issues from eating certain foods, but in all likelihood you don't. And you may just want to stop being a baby and don't watch these idiot YouTubers like Paul Saladino that lie constantly and spout bullshit, telling you that broccoli has plant defense chemicals that are going to kill you and you might just be fine.
Man, I had another question. So would you be against seed oils?
No.
Would you be against the reheating seed oils that people use in fryers? They like reheat, cool, and then reuse it for like a week straight?
Yeah, so that is probably bad for you. But if you look at studies that look at heating with seed oils, normally people just put a little bit of oil in a pan, heat it up, stir their food around for maybe 10 minutes, and then it's cooked. That is perfectly fine. There's no evidence that that causes any harm. There's some evidence that, yes, frequent like reheating oils over and over and over again at very high temperatures for prolonged periods of time, that might be harmful. So I would recommend avoiding fried foods like French fries that, are using oil that's been there for a week, reheated over and over again.
Yeah, this guy's asking creatine.
I do supplement creatine.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to get any appreciable amount of creatine from consuming red meat. It's minuscule amounts. You're going to have to supplement if you want an actual effective dose of creatine.
Yeah, I think you'd have to eat like 3 to 5 pounds of meat to get the 5 grams.
Yeah, and it would probably have to be raw.
Oh, dude. I actually do like raw meat.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
Steak tartare. It's pretty good. So here's another question. What was I going to say? If someone is not thriving, someone's not doing great on a vegan diet, would you just suggest them to keep trying random things? Or what if they were just like, I can't eat any of this, it makes me feel bad, like I feel best on this diet that includes meat? Or would you just say they're a bad person?
Well, regardless of how you feel, yeah, I'd say you're a bad person if you kill and eat innocent animals. If vampires existed, I wouldn't show any sympathy to a vampire killing innocent people because they need blood to live. So you may get a personal benefit from killing other beings, but that doesn't make it morally acceptable. No one is infinitely valuable, so the idea that you could kill a hypothetical infinite amount of beings in order to just feel a bit better, I don't see that as morally acceptable. And so there's very easy ways to determine if you're getting nutritional adequacy. You can use an app like Chronometer to track your nutritional intake. So if you notice that you're under-eating, you're eating far fewer calories than you need to sustain your body weight, that might be a good indication that you're not eating enough, and that's why you feel like shit. You might notice that you're not getting adequate nutrition, so you might be low in iron or certain B vitamins or whatever. And you can either take a supplement or make dietary adjustments. And a lot of people who go on a vegan diet, they typically under-consume certain macronutrients like fat or protein. So just, again, track your macronutrient intake. If you notice that your fat intake is very low, say around 10% of daily calories, you might want to up that to at least 20% of daily calories. See if you feel better. And if you still don't feel better, again, just change your macronutrient intake again, maybe go up to 30%.
Yeah, so I think everyone should try Chronometer at least for a week just to see what you're getting, because most people are not eating sufficient protein, like to at least to gain muscle either. So I have this friend he's vegan, and he eats like I forget the name of the guy, but it's like 80 or 90% of his diet is, I think it's 80% is just like carbs from starches. You know who that guy is? He died recently.
Oh, Dr. John McDougall?
Yeah. So what is your take on that? Because I don't like that, to me just does not make any sense logically. I like, if I see someone eating a bunch of like vegetables and like sweet potatoes and stuff like that, and like added some pea protein, that kind of makes sense to me. But like eating like just like grains only seems like really nutrient deficiency land to me.
Well, Dr. John McDougall, when did he die? He was born in 1947. Let me just use the calculator here. He lived to 77.
Maybe one of the
he
last
actually
things you
had
can outline what you think is a good diet. Like, what do you eat?
Well, yeah, so I eat tofu, I eat a lot of chickpeas, sunflower seeds, broccoli, olive oil, fruit. I eat a lot of apples and blueberries, and that's the bulk of my diet. I also take some supplements, take a multivitamin, vitamin D, B12, and creatine. So, I just eat a mix of foods, and never being deficient in anything over the 15 years I've been vegan. I wouldn't recommend a diet where 80% of your calories are coming from carbohydrates. I think that's a little extreme, but about somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 60% of your calories should probably come from carbohydrates. You can go a bit lower if you want, but that seems to be the sweet spot in terms of mortality. And the rest of your diet should be comprised of fat and protein. So most people will be fine consuming somewhere between 20-30% of their calories from fat, and then the rest from protein.
How many protein shakes do you take per day?
Just one right after I work out.
And how much do you weigh right now, and how many grams of protein do you eat per day?
I weigh 215 pounds right now, and I consume 200 grams of protein.
Okay. Was there anything else? Dude, you're pretty smart. You got all the knowledge.
Vegan brain.
What else? I don't know, man. It's pretty much all the questions I have, unless something comes to me.
Well,
is there anything else
why
you
the
want to talk
fuck
about?
aren't you vegan?
Why am I not vegan? I was vegetarian for 18 years, and I basically switched to eating foods. I started eating plant or meat again, largely because I thought I was deficient in things. So
You should check out the photo I just uploaded to Instagram. Check out vegangains.real on Instagram.
Huh? What is it?
It's vegangains.real on Instagram. And you can share the photo on screen too if you want.
I don't have access to that. The presenting thing I can't use for whatever reason. Vegan gains not real.
Yeah. I can send you the link too if you want.
Are you just saying that you're super jacked?
Yeah.
You're jacked. Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, you can get enough protein on a vegan diet. Like, again, I can bench 410 pounds. Best overhead press is 240. So.
But you probably have really good genetics.
Well, yeah, I might. But, again, if a vegan diet will leave you deficient in protein, genetics can only make up for so much, right?
Yeah, I'm not making that argument that you can't get enough protein.
Yeah, so like again, if you can get all the nutrition,
basically, if you look at all the amino acids, you just get enough of them, you're GG. It's like people that think that like an apple, for example, has 1,000 different chemicals in it, and people think chemicals are bad for them. It's like everything at a biochemical level is interpreted in your body essentially the same, whether it's synthetic, natural, or from different sources.
Yeah, so dude, if you can get all the nutrition you need and you don't have to kill animals, why wouldn't you? Like, you wouldn't be
because
cool
I don't buy that argument.
Dogs.
I don't buy that argument because I even have friends that have gardens and they're telling me about how many animals they have to kill just to keep their garden. Like they're killing, snails and gophers. My friend had to buy a gun in California to kill gophers in his backyard eating his crops. He's like a little terrace.
Well, he
garden.
Didn't need to do that. He just chose to do that.
How else would he protect his crops from being eaten?
Is he a farmer?
No, he literally lives in Los Angeles, in the Los Angeles.
So Encino. He can just go and buy food from the grocery store.
I guess he could. Farming is a thing that he does for. He just wants to make sure everything he gets is like the highest quality. Like it's organic. It's well taken care of. There's no.
Well, how about just leaving some food out for the gophers and then eating the rest?
I don't know, but I've heard basically the same thing from everyone who has a garden, which is they have to kill to maintain the garden, and that's just the reality.
I've grown tomatoes in my backyard.
Are you in an urban area?
Well, yeah, but I've grown tomatoes in my backyard. Never had to kill anything. Like, yeah, if you leave the tomatoes out for too long and they over ripen and everything, like, yeah, insects are going to start eating them. But
yeah, I would also make a utilitarian argument. I do feel that I think and feel better when I eat animal foods, and I'm able to like keep up, either long conversations, or I'm able to keep up, just talking and doing productive work. I just feel like my brain works better. And I've experimented, dude. I've done vegetarian, I've done vegan, I've done raw vegan, I've done paleo, I've done the animal based, I did carnivore for 3 months. The biggest cognitive boost I got was on carnivore for 3 months, but then I literally felt on edge and stressed all the time.
You know why?
And then I realized that literally carnivore fucks up your ability to hold on to electrolytes. So
you know why you felt on edge constantly? It's because of cortisol. So when you're not eating any carbohydrates, your cortisol levels go up. Cortisol is a stress hormone, and it can make you feel energetic and wiry. It kind of activates your fight or flight response. So you might actually feel like you have more energy and you're able to be more productive. But if you look at any studies that do cognitive tests on people who are either doing intermittent fasting, so not eating for long periods of time, or are restricting carbohydrates, they always do worse. So you might have a personal perception that you have more energy and you feel
I would say mental
more
clarity and ability to work without getting distracted. Focus.
Yeah, so that is likely just a kind of personal perception that you have, but it's not real. You just feel kind of stressed out and on edge because of the increased cortisol.
I didn't feel stressed out until like 3 months in. This guy said
cortisol levels are gonna go up over time.
Oh.
But again, like there's no vegan diet. There's a lot of different ways to eat vegan. You can eat a low carb ketogenic vegan diet. You can eat a high carb, low fat vegan diet. You can eat something in between. You can eat a lot of fruits. You can not eat a lot of fruits and just no. Organic is a complete scam and it's complete horseshit.
So you don't think that there's any downside of like the most commonly used herbicides and insecticides?
Haven't seen any evidence of it.
So okay, that's interesting.
There are pesticides used in organic agriculture.
Yeah, I know, but they're less effective, but they are organic, meaning they're not made out of synthetic chemicals.
Yeah, that's a problem. So with organic pesticides, it means pesticides that have not been modified molecularly. So that means they actually have less targeting. So they're more likely to kill a more diverse range of insects or wildlife versus a pesticide that's been modified. So they can actually cause more environmental harm.
Yeah.
So non-organic pesticides are, at least some of them, they're actually likely safer.
Why?
Because they've been modified. So you can modify them so that they're safer, they might break down faster, they can target certain organisms better. So I don't know why you'd assume just because something's organic, it's necessarily better. Organic,
I know that the nutrition, at least for produce, I know that the nutrition quality isn't different. The difference would be the amount of residue of synthetic pesticides or herbicides and what that would do to your body. And
yeah,
I haven't gone into the research myself. I have seen things flashed on screen where they say like, glyphosate is, paired with this and this, and it's associated with cancer or whatever. And the fact that it's essentially banned in most countries in Europe, I believe.
Yeah, so glyphosate is a herbicide. It's not a pesticide, and it's usually not sprayed directly onto the crops before harvest. It's usually sprayed directly onto the ground.
So it basically gets rained off, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it'll either get rained off or it's just sprayed onto the ground. I know they do sometimes spray it directly on the crops, but it's at like a 5% concentration. And there isn't really any research indicating that it causes any health issues. If glyphosate was so harmful, you'd see massive increases in cancer among the people who are most exposed to it, which would be the farmers who are spraying it, but you don't. And as far as people who are consuming these foods, again, they don't have increased cancer rates. And actually, there's some research showing people who are consuming glyphosate sprayed plants have lower cancer rates. So I haven't seen any compelling data indicating health problems.
Interesting. So why are people saying that it's so bad then?
It's just there's people who say vaccines are bad. Like look at all the fear mongering and bullshit about the COVID vaccines. People have been fear mongering about vaccines since they've been invented. So there's just people who are afraid of technology. They don't understand it, and then they fear monger about it.
Okay, here's something. Let's see.
But again, if you can get all the nutrition you need on a vegan diet and you think it's bad to kill, billions of land animals per year, why don't you just go vegan? Like, even if you don't feel quite as good, let's say you feel like 95% as good, if you can adjust your diet, like, why wouldn't you just accept that trade-off?
Yeah, my argument would be like for net good. Like what I do essentially is like I'm a dating coach, but a dating coach essentially means half of what I do is essentially kind of like therapy or like, inner work with people to help them like essentially quit their own suffering. So if I am optimizing my health for the ability to put out more content or more helpful information, then that reduces the suffering in the world. And my net consumption of, more regenerative ground beef, which like maybe I kill one cow every 2 years, is offset by that suffering. 2 years. Huh?
You wouldn't be killing one cow every 2 years. The average person, I believe, kills somewhere between 60 to 90 animals per year. Since you're eating high amounts of red meat, you're probably killing much more.
But red
It
meat would
sounds
be
like you're
fewer
consuming
animals
more meat.
because the cows are just more meat.
Depends on where that meat is coming from, right? So if you're eating ground beef, that is probably going to be biased towards certain cuts. So they're not going to waste more expensive cuts on ground beef. So you're eating a smaller portion of the cow, meaning if you're eating a smaller portion of the cow, you're going to end up killing more animals.
I also eat ribeyes. I eat New York strips, filet mignon. I have bone broth in my freezer. Like I have all that stuff.
So let's say instead of consuming cows, you saw some research that was very compelling that showed you dog meat is actually far better for you than cow meat. Would you be comfortable with eating like dog meat?
No, because I like dogs and I have a dog.
Okay, what is the significant moral difference between a cow and a dog where it's okay to kill cows but not a dog?
I don't know about the moral difference, but I do know that like ancestrally speaking and throughout human history and prehistory, they typically wouldn't eat predators. Number one, because it's more dangerous to hunt them. And number two, they're more likely to have certain parasites, I believe, than prey animals.
Yeah, but we're assuming in the hypothetical that dog meat is better for you. You would not be comfortable with eating dogs. So clearly there's a moral issue for you where...
Well, I think hypothetically, I would say no because I like dogs. There's also an intense history between dogs and humans where we're essentially like mutualism in biology where we're hunting together. But it's like the difference of meat between a cow and a other animal, like the nutrition difference between all mammals is basically there's almost none. Like the nutrition quality of an elk versus a cow is pretty much the same.
Well, again, if you're getting this kind of moral reaction from the thought of eating a dog, I don't understand why you wouldn't get that moral reaction from eating a cow. Like these are social animals. They have friends. They play. They actually play with dogs too. You can see plenty of videos where cows are playing in fields with dogs, running around with each other. Like they also have very strong maternal and paternal bonds. They care about their young. So if you'd give a dog that kind of respect and give them enough personhood to say, I'm not going to kill and eat you, even if it's good for me to eat you. I'm still not going to kill and eat you because I respect your life and I respect the fact that, you're a thinking, feeling being. Why can't you give that same respect to a cow or any other animal?
I guess you could. The argument that you're making could only be made in the modern era, though. Like, if you look at like
it could be made in any era.
Think about your like, let's say a Native American, for example, and you're here 20,000 years ago. You're in like Nebraska or something.
Well, you're not a Native American 20,000 years ago.
I know. I'm saying that we've had for millions of years, there have been patterns in society, patterns in our gut morphology, patterns in who we are.
Yeah, for millions of years, we practiced slavery. We used to keep women as sex slaves, and we used to commit tribal genocides, take their women and force them to
the difference is
reproduce.
That doesn't affect your health. The difference is...
Well, it does. Absolutely does. You're telling me...
I think you're trying to make the analogy that they're both natural, but they're both unnecessary, and we've evolved in terms of our morals to not need those anymore, which is a good point. But I think the difference is that if you have been eating a certain way for millions of years, there's going to be certain things that we don't even know about right now that are going to be adjusted to that diet. And I don't think you're not negating the fact that we have eaten meat for millions of years, and that there's certain parts of our biology that are adapted to it. There's also could be, you probably should be open to the possibility that there's parts of our, like what we're eating that we don't even fully understand by science right now. So I'm also giving room for the gray area of my ignorance right now and the ignorance of science right now.
Well, again, if you look at any large prospective cohort, meat eating is very typically associated with chronic disease and earlier death, particularly red meat.
All the longest lived populations on Earth eat some kind of animal foods.
Well, again, the longest living population that's actually being formally studied is the Californian Adventist vegetarians. So clearly, this doesn't really negatively impact longevity. You can live a very long, healthy life as a vegan. And again, if you're going to acknowledge that, these animals think and feel just like, the dogs that you love, or whatever other animals like cats or something, well, then I think you should respect the life of these other beings like cows or chickens or pigs, and just follow a vegan diet that
So what is your take
is going
on
to be
hunting?
nutritionally adequate.
Because the argument for hunting, you probably would somewhat agree with, which is their deaths from a hunter are less bad than the deaths of slowly dying of starvation or being eaten ass first by like a wolf or something.
Yeah, and I'm sure there are women who are sex trafficked where some of their rapists are very violent and rough with them. Does that make it morally acceptable for you to buy a sex trafficked woman and force her to have sex because you're going to be gentle and nice to her as opposed to somebody else? Like, just because something is less bad, that doesn't actually make it morally good.
So, but it does, in terms of a utilitarian way of looking at it, it is less harm. It's less bad. So it would be considered morally good in that utilitarian framework.
Well, what's even less bad is letting them live.
But if you let them live, they slowly starve to death because there's not enough food. That's what happens in a lot of these places.
Okay, so let's say there was an alien that came down to Earth that was a four-dimensional being, so it can see into the future, and it saw in the future that you'll die some horrible death. Say you're going to get into some horrible knife fight, slowly get cut to death. Does that make it okay for that alien to kill you and eat you? Would you rather be shot in the head by the alien and eaten versus
and slowly bleed out over the course of like weeks or something?
Well, not even weeks. Like, let's just say it takes a few minutes. Like that death is less.
I would rather have the less bad death. Yeah, me personally.
Okay, but let's assume that
I think decreasing suffering is generally a better moral position.
Well, let's assume that your death is going to be pretty bad. You're going to slowly die over the course of a few minutes in some violent knife fight. But it's going to happen 5 years from now. You would rather die right now than experience 5 years of good quality life?
No, I would like to live longer for sure. And I think that's
So
one of the strongest
why don't you give the
ethical
opportunity?
arguments.
Yeah, so why don't you give the opportunity to these animals to live longer?
Like there's times that you hunt that's like right before the winter, for example, and that's when they all do that's dying off. So it's like,
well, they don't all die off.
If you look up like deer and elk like mass die-offs and things like there's times where like a certain percentage, 70-80% of them die off because of lack of food or something like this.
Okay, so next time there's a famine or some natural disaster like an earthquake, should we go and kill a bunch of humans because they're gonna slowly die off? Should we go into North Korea and start shooting everybody?
Would you consider hunting a more ethical way to source meat than buying it from a factory farm?
I would, but I'd also consider it more ethical to not murder these animals.
Yeah.
So like, again, in the human example, if we knew there was going to be some sort of mass famine because of climate change, would it be ethical to just go around killing women and children knowing, well, they're going to starve to death?
No, it probably wouldn't be ethical.
Yeah, so why wouldn't you give the same courtesy to animals?
Why wouldn't I? I don't know. Maybe there is no good reason.
Yeah. Like, look, It's very easy to just admit this, that you like eating meat. If that's the only reason you have, like, I really like a good ribeye steak. Like, you really have to ask yourself,
I'd say it's a few
is this a good
things.
enough reason to murder an animal that's really no different than a dog that I'd love and care for?
I would say it's a few things. It's I want to feel and perform at my best to give like basically the question I ask myself all the time is how can I become even better so I can give even more? And if it's part of me becoming better, I'm going to do that thing. Like,
Well, what if you actually gave veganism a really good fucking honest try, and you maybe worked with a dietitian if you really needed to figure out, certain specific dietary needs that you have, and you were able to get leaner,
what is the
fitter,
incentive for
have
me to
more
do that?
energy. Well, again, what if you could get leaner, fitter, have more energy, live a longer life, have a lower risk of chronic disease, and you're able to do this kind of job for longer, or be a better example for people, where you can live a better, more ethical life. You can feel good about not contributing to animal suffering. You can promote more positivity that way while being healthier.
Because I haven't found a compelling argument that it creates less suffering because of the things that I brought up. Like the things that I have learned and seen about how displacing, ecosystems is bad. Like I personally I don't like more like I think that there's a balance. I think I do like cities because cities condense humans and then we have, large open spaces. One of the things I love about the US is there's so much open space for national parks that you can see like the beauty and majesty of like creation of the world. So um I'd say that there's not really that much of an incentive. I feel best when I'm eating what I'm eating right now. In terms of everything, like I'm not anti-carbs. Dude, I eat like I eat tons of fruit. I eat raspberries, blueberries, etc. Sweet potatoes, and I eat some bananas and stuff. Like I feel my best when I eat a combination. That's just me personally. I didn't feel great on veganism and I stopped it after 3 months.
Well, maybe that's because you didn't appropriately plan as best you could. Like, what if you gave it another try, tried different foods, tried different macronutrient intakes? Maybe there's some other stuff with your sleep that was going on at the time that kind of affected, how you perceived things when it wasn't really the diet, or maybe you were slacking
Because
on
I
like
don't
training.
I don't think and I don't feel it's like a combination. Like cognitively, I see that evolutionary history shows that, we've evolved to eat meat. There's certain gut adaptations that have been made so that we process it better. We don't fully understand nutrition. It's quite a new science. Um, the longest, the highest life expectancy of any country is what's it called? Hong Kong. And then if you look at what are the blue zones like Sardinia, they're eating meat and fish and poultry. Costa Rica, they're eating this stuff. So it's like the history, the prehistory, combined with how I felt on it, combined with seeing so many people leave veganism because of health issues. You obviously are sticking to it and you're doing well, but you're also like fucking like what you probably like 140 IQ, dude. You can figure this shit out and you can like optimize your diet and track it in chronometer. And I just feel my best, and I just it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, you don't have to be 140 IQ to figure out, how to get enough nutrition. You don't have to be that smart. So all you really have to do is plug in your numbers in Chronometer, see how much nutrition you're getting. If you're getting an adequate amount of calories, adequate amount of fat, protein, and your micronutrients are hit, you're probably going to be fine. And I think with any kind of dietary adjustment, there is kind of a period where you might feel a little off because your body has to kind of adapt. Metabolism might have to change a bit. So why not give it like at least a month, on a well-planned diet, and then see how you do? Because if you could feel the same roughly on a vegan diet, why wouldn't that be better? You wouldn't be killing animals. you'd be, causing
But
less
it
suffering.
does kill animals.
Well, the issue is it's not a rights violation. So yeah, animals are going to die in agriculture, somehow, but you're not systematically rounding them up, slicing their throats open, and then chopping them up into little pieces. Like, human beings die in car accidents every day. You're not going to say, oh, well, it's okay if I kill and eat people because people die in like car accidents. Like, people die all the time, through the, transportation systems, the industries we
I
have.
think the ethical arguments for veganism make the most sense, to be honest.
Well, yeah,
Out of
I
the
would
three.
say the ethical argument is the most compelling. But I think there's a very robust amount of data showing vegans on average do have better health outcomes. I think there's well-established science explaining why that is. So more fiber, more high antioxidant fruits and vegetables, low saturated fat intake, no cholesterol. Like, that sort of dietary pattern seems to be ideal for human beings.
One thing that just came to mind is, how food environment basically dwarfs everything. Like, one of the reasons why, Americans are so unhealthy, a lot of them they live in like food deserts where you can't get anything healthy. So, what is your take on that? Because, a lot of people, when they go out to different places, they might not even have like vegan options, or like the ability to get like a well-balanced vegan meal where they go.
Yeah, so you can just order food online. So if you literally live in an area where there's literally only gas stations that sell potato chips, well, you're not going to be healthy eating that. So you're going to have to, take some, you're going to have to take, the situation into your own hands and find ways to get good food. You're going to have to order food online. And
all right, I'll go
are
vegan under one circumstance.
what?
During this, I'll give it 3 months. You'll do meat
No.
and fruit during the same time period.
I'm not eating meat. So I'm not going to murder innocent animals like a fucking jackass just for some stupid game. So you can kind of step your game up and try to be a better person and not eat animal products and not pay for innocent animals to be murdered. And you can make a good conscious effort to be better. I'm not going to lower myself. You got to improve yourself.
This is actually good framing. I feel like if you went deep in the game, you'd actually have quite good game because you can frame things pretty well.
I've got good game. I've got my own methods. And on some girls, especially my type, tends to work pretty well.
The big nose girls.
Yeah.
Well, dude, it's been good talking to you. We've gone on 4 hours now. Yeah, you're a smart guy, and I'm not gonna say that you can't be healthy on a vegan diet or you can't get sufficient protein. I just think it's a little bit more difficult. And yeah, if you're ever willing to do that exchange, then we'll do that exchange. But
no. You can go on the vegan diet. There's no benefit in me eating meat. There's only a benefit in you, going vegan.
All right. We will agree to disagree. But been good talking to you, bro. And wish you a good rest of the night.
All right. Take care, dude.
Later, man.